16. Sexual life. Puberty ordeals, 267 fasting, 268, exposure to ant bites, 269, scarification, 270, flogging, 271, other inconveniences in connection with isolation, water, fire, cooking, and the hair, 272, conclusion of ceremony, 273. Similar ordeals at subsequent menstruations, 274. Courtship, tokens of accepted proposals, 275. Marriage ordeals, similar to those at puberty, 276, but additional trials of skill, etc., for males, 277 to 278. Family restrictions on marriage, 278a. Childbirth ordeals, prenatal, for one or both parents, 279, postnatal, fasting, scarification, flogging, 280, isolation and kavad, 281, male as parturient parent, 281a, miscellaneous restrictions, 282, 283. Destruction of newborn child, twins, 284. Asexual genesis of children, 284a. Birthmarks, 284b. 267. In many of the tribes, as the Waraos and the Caribs, the young people of both sexes cannot enter into permanent sexual partnership until they have successfully undergone the puberty ordeals, cr. 612. In others, the betrothal or perhaps even the consummation of the marriage follows as a direct consequence of such ordeals. The result has been that some authors have referred certain marriage customs to puberty ceremonies, while occasionally the reverse has happened. As a matter of fact, they would seem to be more or less identical. The puberty ordeals include a. More or less rigid fasting, combined with b. Exposure to the bites of ants, etc., c. Severe scarification, or d. Sound flogging, all to be borne without visible signs of suffering. A careful study of these leads one to the conviction that with both sexes the effect is to ensure the young people being healthy and strong, willing to work, skillful, and industrious. In the case of the female, the general tenor of the facts points to a belief in her being possessed by some spirit prone to evil, whose influence so far as practicable, has to be counteracted and destroyed. Hence the Pi blows on, sect. 85, and mutters over the Makusi, girl and her more valuable belongings so as to disenchant her in everything she has come into contact with, SCR, 2, 316, some of the ordeals may be repeated, though in a less degree, at the second. Perhaps at the third menstrual period. 268. To account for this enforced abstinence from sufficient food on the part of the women at times of menstruation, a cacique on the Orinoco told Camilla, our ancestors observed that wherever the women, during their monthly periods, happened to tread, there everything dried up, and that if any man trod where they had placed their feet, his legs would swell. Having studied the remedy, they ordered us to starve them, so that their bodies should be free from the poison, G.I. 159. So with the Pomeroon Caribs, it was essential that when the girl was carried from her hammock to the place where the scarification had been effected, and back again, her feet must not touch the ground, SCR, 2, 431. Among the Pomeroon Arawaks, at the puberty ceremony of first menstruation the girl is allowed no meat, but a little fish, and these must be only of small size, together with small cassava cakes, of which she must eat only the center. And a modicum of water in a very small calabash. For the next 6 months or so, according to circumstances, the young woman does not eat any meat of large animals, or fish which has much blood in it, as flesh of the tapir, yarao, turtle, etc. With the Waraos the girl must not speak or laugh or eat during the 2 or 3 days of the period. Were she to do so, she would lose all her teeth when she grew into a big woman. The first thing she is allowed to eat is a little cassava flour wrapped in a leaf. The Pomeroon Carib girl who, for the space of 3 days had to do without food or water, was not allowed to utter a word. She was subsequently starved for a month on a diet of roots, cassava bread, and water, SCR, 2, 431. Girls may die under this treatment. 269. In order that the Arawak girl, now become a woman, may henceforth have strength and willingness to work, some old stranger whose character is known to be strong and good, and a willing worker, is chosen to place an ant frame on the young woman's forehead, hands, and feet. The ants are attached at their middles in the interstices of the plaited strands forming the framework, the frame itself being applied on the side from which all the little heads are projecting. In Kayan, Pitu, 267, describes the ant frame as being applied by the girl's mother. Among the Waraus, as with the Caribs, the young people of both sexes cannot marry until they have gone through the ordeal of the ants. Among the Waraus, mouth of Orinoco, the sufferer is put in his hammock, they apply the tari-tari ants to him. If he cries out he is condemned to celibacy, cr. 612, my Warau friends on the Maruka recognize the above-mentioned insects as their natatari. They tell me that long ago the same practices were carried on here. If the girl cried it meant that she could not work, and was therefore not deserving of a husband. The Rukoyen, Kayan Carib, would-be bridegroom has to submit to a corresponding ordeal at the hands of the PI, the latter applies ants to the chest and wasps on the forehead. The whole of the body being subsequently stung with ants and wasps, cr. 245-50. According to Kudrow, the Ojanas believe that the wasp ordeal undergone by the men renders them skillful, clever, and industrious, and certainly the obligation of publicly braving severe bodily suffering has an assured intrinsic value, Go, 21. If the parents had not previously submitted themselves to these ant and wasp tests and other ordeals, the Kayen Apalais and Rukoyens believe that only emaciated and sickly children would be born to them, cr. 307. It is noteworthy that in both Suriname and Kayen the insects above referred to are held in frames of bizarre shapes fringed with feathers, representing quadrupeds and birds, cr. 245-50. In such cases it certainly seems a very fair question to inquire whether it is the properties and qualities of the particular quadruped or bird represented in the shape of the frame, or those of the old stranger, Pi, or other individual applying it, that are supposed to be impressed on the young person's character. Unfortunately, the evidence thus far collected is insufficient to furnish a satisfactory answer. But in the following example the object of applying the ants at all would seem to be, though the suggestion after all may be wrong, to obtain the personal characteristics and qualities of the European traveler. On entering the Apalai village, a custom we did not find among the Guyanas, they brought me a framework of palm leaves to which were attached at their centers some big black ants. All the people of the tribe, irrespective of age or sex, presented themselves for me to apply it to their bodies, loins, thighs, etc. Cr. 300. 270. The Warau boys had to undergo at initiation greater ordeals than the girls, to demonstrate their strength and manly prowess. These ordeals consisted principally in the infliction of painful wounds upon the breast and arms with the tusk of the wild boar or the beak of the toucan. If the boy endures all this without showing signs of pain, he can rank thenceforth with the men; if not, he has to submit to the ordeal on another occasion, scr. 168. The Carib girl of the Pomeroon is operated on by the PI, who with the incisors of the Desaprocta, Akuri, makes deep incisions down her back, and from shoulder to shoulder. He then rubs pepper into these wounds, without the poor tortured creature daring to utter one cry of pain, scr. 431. So also in Kayan, a number of bloody incisions are made in her body. And it is only subsequent to this that she is allowed to wear the apron belt. Kuyo the young man is allowed to wear the lap cloth only after having passed the necessary ordeals, PBA, 225. In Kayan again, the girl is said to have her teeth filed down by the PI at her puberty initiation, lap, 267. 271. On returning from her first bath, after the first menstrual period, the Makusi girl must during the night sit upon a stool or stone, to be whipped by her mother with thin rods without raising the slightest cry to wake the sleeping occupants of the hut, an occurrence which would prove dangerous for her future welfare. The whipping takes place also at the second menstrual period, but not subsequently, scr. 316. Among the Punavis Indians of the Inirida, Upper Orinoco, the devil, who 3 days before has been making terrible music in the forest at last enters the house of the poor young girl, who tries to take to flight. A PI at this moment runs up and, binding her eyes, sect. 255, leads her through the village while the devil all by himself is making a frightful hubbub. Now is the time for the festival of the beating with the sticks, when the men strike the unfortunate girl, who dares not complain. At last a young man, admiring her courage, takes her place, and exposes himself to the blows of the company. If he bears the pain without murmuring she chooses him for her husband, cr. 532. Compare sect. 276. With the Yups River Indians, all relatives and friends of the parents are assembled, bringing, each of them, pieces of sippo, an elastic climber. The girl is then brought out, perfectly naked, into the midst of them, when each person present gives her 5 or 6 severe blows with the sippo across the back and breast till she falls senseless, and it sometimes happens, dead. If she recovers it is repeated 4 times at intervals of 6 hours, and it is considered an offense to the parents not to strike hard. During this time numerous pots of all kinds of meat and fish have been prepared, when the sippos are dipped in them and given to her to lick 146 and she is then considered a woman and allowed to eat anything, and is marriageable. The boys undergo a somewhat similar ordeal, at puberty, as the girls, but not so severe, which initiates them into manhood, and allows them to see the Jurupari music, ARW, 345. 272. What may be regarded as remaining puberty ordeals to which the young girl has to submit at her first menstruation, and to a minor degree at all her subsequent ones, are certain procedures connected with her isolation, with water, fire, cooking, and cooking apparatus, and with the hair. In the old days of the Pomeroon Arawaks, the girl would remain with her mother in a separate logie, or in a specially constructed compartment of the house. The former would be distinguished by hanging from the post's waist shreds of the ait, mauritia, palm, that is, the leaves from which the outer fibrous layer, for making twine, has already been removed. The specially constructed room was called the Ibonalihai. The Waraus are said to have used a separate closed house. With the Makusis, at the first signs, the girl is separated from all intercourse with the occupants of the hut. Her hammock is taken from its usual place and slung in the highest part of the hut, where the poor creature is exposed to all the smoke which, if that be possible, is now increased. For the first few days she must not leave her hammock at all during the daytime. When the most active and striking of the symptoms have passed she can come down from her height, and occupy a small place partitioned off in the darkest corner of the hut, SCR, 2, 315. So also in Cayenne, the girl's hammock was slung high up to the ridge of the Carbet, PBA, 225. On the upper Amazon, she is similarly banished to the Jareo, an overhead staging inside the oblong hut, under the smoky and filthy roof, HWB, 383. She must not go near water until when the period is past, her mother bathes her in the closed room. If, during the day, the Arawak girl wishes to micturate she must do so into a goblet, which she empties after dark in the bush. When she thus similarly goes to ease herself, she must be accompanied by her mother, and must take with her a lighted fire stick, which otherwise would not be used. The Makusi girl uses a fire which she herself has to light, and alone gets the benefit of. For 10 days she cooks her cassava meal in her own pot at her own fire. Pots and drinking vessels that she has used are broken, and the chips buried, SCR, 2, 316. The Arawak girl must not comb her hair but must let it hang loose until such time as her mother combs it after bathing her when the event is over. The Warao matron, or the father sometimes, crops her, or his, daughter's hair. The Carib girl has hers burned off, SCR, 2, 431. On the Irie River, Rio Negro, the hair cut from a girl at menstruation is used for head and dance ornaments by the men, kg, I, 181, 2, 253. 273. As a rule the puberty ordeal is brought to a conclusion with drink and dance party, in which the girl herself neither drinks nor dances, though she constitutes of course the central object of attraction. If an Arawak, she is brought out of the closed room by a middle-aged man, and shown in her decorations to the assembled guests. She then takes her seat on a stool especially made for her, shaped like a crocodile or a tiger. Previous to these festivities her brother or father has killed a hummingbird, dried it, and cut it up into very small pieces. Every visitor, male or female, now gets a bit of this on a small piece of cassava, the idea being that when the girl grows older she will obtain her share of any of the good things that the other people may possess. The Warao young woman is decked with beads and the white featherdown of various birds, as cracks and ardea, apparently stuck with some gummy substance to the smooth head, the hair having been cut, and the arms and legs, SCR, 168. The Caribs paint her red all over. In place of the stool they would seem to have employed a stone or plate, SCR, 2, 431. 274. The following are the ordeals regularly undergone by Arawak women at subsequent menstruations, and which I understand are undergone, to a greater or less extent, by women of other tribes also, for example, the Waraos. The girl takes up her quarters in a separate loji or banab, distinguishable from all other structures by the suspended bunches of waist-height shreds. She lies in a smaller hammock than usual. She must not eat meat from any big animal, as tapir and turtle, or fish which contains much blood. The flesh of any game hunted by dogs is strictly forbidden her, otherwise the dogs would be permanently spoiled for hunting. On no account may she cook, bake, or prepare drink, for other men or women. She must not cross water, travel in a corriel, or bathe in a river or a pond. If she wishes to wash she may pour water out of a calabash over herself. Using a separate fire for herself, it is imperative that she never blows one out. She has to cook in a smaller pot, and employ a smaller fan, goblet, etc., all especially made for the purpose. In this connection I would suggest that many of the toy vessels, described by M. Thurn as being seen in and about almost every Indian house, it. 278, are in reality the potteryware used specially during the periods of menstruation. Finally, the girl must not comb her hair but must let it hang loose. In addition to the bathing prohibition, the Makusi women during these times must not go into the forest, where they would be exposed to the embraces of snakes, SCR, 2, 316. On the lower Guaviare the Piapoko husband is said to bring the wife her food during the few days that she remains isolated in the special hut, CR, 526. 275. In matters of courtship the would-be Benedict knows that the acceptance of an offering of food or of other objects is the token of a favorable, the rejection, that of an unfavorable issue. The Arawak lover, after making sure beforehand through the girl's relatives that he will not meet with a refusal, pays a visit to her parents, tells them how poor he is, that he has no wife, etc. At the conclusion of these preliminaries the young woman puts before him something to eat, SR, 2, 459. He knows that the path of true love is going to run smooth. So again in the same tribe if a father wants some well-known person for son-in-law, he lets his daughter place food before the latter during the course of a visit. If he partakes of it, the union is assured. If not, the old man knows that their wishes do not agree, SCR, 2, 459. At the present day, on the Pomeroon, when the Arawak young man returns on the appointed day to receive an answer from the father, he takes care to leave his hammock at the waterside, or on the pathway. If the girl brings this in, he knows that his prospects are favorable, any doubt being clinched by the father telling his daughter to give the young man cassava, pepper pot, beltiri, or anything else that may be on hand. In Suriname, it is sufficient for the man anxious to marry, to take to the girl all the game and fish that he has caught during the day. If she accepts this present it is a sign that she is willing to have him, Fay, 38. In Cayenne, with the gal ibis, as soon as a girl has taken a fancy to an Indian she will offer him drink, together with firewood to light near his hammock. If he refuses the offer it means that he does not want her, PBA, 220. 276. In none of the tribes is any sexual union publicly recognized as permanent, the closest correspondence I can find to our idea of marriage, prior to the advent of womanhood. Certain of the ordeals of puberty are closely paralleled, indeed, as at puberty, the candidates for matrimony have to submit to a rigid fast with or without exposure to ants, wasps, etc., a sound flogging, kg. 2, 144, or a severe scarification. It is only the males on whom something additional is imposed in the way of trials of skill and the like. Among the Macusis the man, for some time before marriage, abstains from meat, it. 221-3, which was apparently the case with the Guiquiri in Mapoyi females of the Orinoco. Concerning the latter tribes Camilla says, for 40 days before marrying, their girls are locked up to a continuous and rigid fast, 3 seeds of the murichi, 3 ounces of cassava with a pitcher of water is their daily ration. And so, on the day of the nuptials, they are more like corpses than brides, g.I. 159. No reasons for this abstention are given, though it was asserted for the Carib girls on the islands, who were treated similarly, that the idea of the fasting was to prevent them becoming sluggards, not likely to work when married, BBR, 250. The young Apalai males on the Peru River, Cayenne, have to undergo the maraki, the ant and wasp ordeal, prior to attempting the trials of skill. Among the Guahibos of the Vichada River, Orinoco, on the occasion of the marriage of a widow, after having covered her husband's remains with earth, they put her on the grave, and remove the rag which, for the time being covers her chest, she then holds her hands above her head, a man comes forward and strikes her breasts with a switch, this is her future husband, the other men hit her on the shoulders. And she receives the flagellation without a groan, her fiancé in his turn is struck with the switch, his hands joined above his head and without a murmur, cr. 548. Compare sect. 271, after the above ceremony, they place another woman on the grave and pierce the extremity of her tongue with a bone, the blood runs down her chest, and a sorcerer besmears her breasts with it, cr. 548. 277. In most of the tribes there were certain trials of skill, sect. 30. Certain marriage ordeals, which the would-be suitor had successfully to surmount before gaining permanent possession of his wife, in addition to the puberty ordeals that had previously to be passed. These marriage ordeals at the same time may be admittedly regarded as omens or tokens of what the father-in-law or his daughter might reasonably expect from the husband in the future. The Guiana Indians, a tribe on the river Apaporis, a branch of the Yups, of the Rio Negro, have a trial of skill at shooting with the bow and arrow, and if the young man does not show himself a good marksman, the girl refuses him on the ground that he will not be able to shoot fish and game enough for the family, ARW, 346. On the Orinoco, he had to kill a bush hog all by himself and bring it to his future father-in-law's house to show that he was indeed a man, g. 285. The young Apalai Indians on the Peru River, Cayenne, after submitting to the maraki, ant and wasp ordeal, must now go through the target test, with their backs turned. They have to throw cassava pellets, boulettes, at a piece of wood upon which a circle has been traced, and must hit it 3 times running, etc. Cr. 307. In its most complete form, however, the shooting ordeal seems to have been carried out by the Arawaks. And it is from the very old people of this people that I have been able to gather the following facts concerning what used to take place in bygone days. When the youth went to his future father-in-law and asked for the girl, the old man would consult his wife and daughter, as a rule, and if everything were satisfactory would say, yes. But would not give him actual possession of her until he had performed certain deeds, the first and foremost of which was to shoot into a certain woodpecker's nest. He would accordingly ask the suitor whether he were ready or whether he wished to wait a few days. The latter would of course say he was quite ready, so impetuous is youth, and would give a minute description of the situation of the particular tree, usually one close to the waterside, into which he proposed shooting the arrow. The girl's father, however, would invariably plead some excuse to put him off, say to the next day, and in the meantime would get ready a big coriol, big enough to carry 10 or 12 men, and engage his crew. When next morning the young man turned up again, the old man had everything ready and would get them all into the boat, he himself steering. The girl herself had to sit on the left of her would-be husband in the bows. When within a comparatively short distance from the tree wherein the woodpecker's nest lay concealed, the old man would call upon the crew to pull with all their strength, and the young man to draw his bow. Before, however, the arrow had sped, and while yet the bow was fully stretched, the woman had to touch his left side with her hand, signifying that if his arrow reached its mark she agreed to be his. If he missed, the performance had to be postponed to another occasion, he having the right to try as many times as he liked until he succeeded, and in the meantime he might continue practicing on his own account. Luck might assist him on the first occasion, sometimes on the second, third, or fourth, or he might have to make the trial so many times that he would give up the attempt as well as all thoughts for the girl, and proceed to some other settlement ere the woodpecker's nests were situated to better advantage. Without shooting his arrow into the nest the wooer would certainly never get possession of the girl, neither father nor mother would give way on that particular point. On the other hand, supposing his aim to have been finally successful, the girl would be as wife to him, and he would take up residence in his father-in-law's house. The next thing was for the old Arawak paterfamilias to mark out a piece of ground, which within so many days the young man to whom he presented an axe for the purpose, had to cut and clear for a provision field. The time specified was usually short, the young man having to work with might and main, starting early and returning late, but finally completing the task. A similar ordeal was exacted among the Makusis and other tribes, SCR 2, 316. But there was still something else for the Arawak would-be bridegroom to do. For during the time occupied in cutting the field, the old man had busied himself in collecting a large number of crab quakes, baskets, and subsequently he would accompany the lad out to sea, and would himself watch to see that within the one day the youngster really filled all the baskets through his own exertions, and did not obtain the assistance of friends. This completed, the youth became henceforth one of the legal heirs of the house. Should, however, the lad not have cut the field nor filled the requisite number of quakes within the allotted period, he would have been laughed and jeered at when attending subsequent paiwaris. The two ordeals, just described, however, were never so essential as that of the shooting of the arrow into the woodpecker's nest. 278. A warning to wives, A. You must remember that in the days of long ago we Arawaks would never accept a suitor for our daughter unless he gave us some proof that he was skillful in the chase, and able to support a wife. Among such tests were those of shooting into a woodpecker's nest from off the bows of a swiftly paddled coriol, the filling of so many baskets with crabs during the course of a single tide, and the clearing of a field within a certain specified period. The first of these was a severe test, it is true, and gradually fell into disuse, though the others were long retained. It was just about the time when the first mentioned ordeal had been done away with, that a young man, courting a girl, thought he would have no difficulty in gaining permanent possession of her now that all he had to do for his father-in-law was to catch some crabs, sect. 365, and cut a field. So when he went and asked the old man for his daughter and obtained his consent, he had no compunction in settling down at his new quarters, for with us a husband always lives with his bride before he completes the tests, on their fulfillment. However, will depend his fate, whether he retains permanent possession of her. 2 or 3 weeks having been spent on the honeymoon, the old man talked to the lad about going to sea, after the usual manner, to catch crabs, and advised him to get his quakes, baskets, ready for a certain day. The youth went into the bush with his companions to cut the necessary mukru, the Creole term applied to the material used in weaving baskets, and, on his return, sat down to prepare it, that is, to split it into strands, and to tie them into bundles. As a matter of fact, he did not know what else to do with them. And when his comrades, who were already weaving baskets for themselves, saw that he had stopped operations, they inquired the cause, and were told that he intended making his when he got out to sea. He was ashamed to expose his ignorance of their manufacture. "You must be very quick at it," they said. "Not at all," he replied, "there is no difficulty whatever in the matter. Indeed, I bet that I will make my quakes and catch crabs while you are catching yours, and that I will even then beat you." They then all made a start. In the corral were the would-be husband, his new wife, the old father-in-law, and some 5 or 6 other young men. When they reached the sea, they anchored their boat at a little distance from the shore, all except the honeymoon couple getting out, each with a basket, to hunt for crabs. After they had gone, the young man told his bride to jump out also, and drive all the little 4-eyed fish, Tetraphthalmus sp, toward the boat. And while he was there squatting on the bench, with the muckra strands in his hands trying to make his basket, the fish all passed by. 147. As might have been expected, he realized that he was making no progress, so he made the woman surround the shoal a second time, and drive the fish back again, thus allowing him to have another look. She thus continued driving the fish backward and forward, and still he made no progress. She finally became very angry, and picking up one of the quakes out of the corral, waded on to shore. He called out to her to come back, but she took no heed of him. Now the particular quake which she had taken belonged, as she well knew, to one of the other men who had accompanied them on the expedition and who was an old lover of hers. It was this same man whom she proceeded to join when she reached shore. She came close to him, and saying that she wanted to help him, lent her assistance in the usual manner. As he dragged the crabs out of their holes, he would every now and then jerk one near her, and she would gather it up into her basket. Her husband now came over and joined them, and though he would drag out a crab, and throw it toward her, she took not the slightest notice. Although he repeatedly shouted, "Look out! It is escaping! Put it into your basket," she would not even recognize him. With her old lover, on the other hand, it was quite different. They soon filled their quakes, and went back to the boat for 2 more baskets, and these were soon filled. Back to the boat for 2 more, and so on, backward and forward, until all the quakes were full. When the husband realized that the others had gathered almost all the crabs that they could possibly carry home with them, he became desperate, and taking his hammock, wrapped within its folds as many of the crustaceans as he could gather. It was now time for them to start on their return journey, but getting into the boat the bride squatted, not on her husband's bench as was the proper thing for a recently married young woman to do, but on that of her old lover. The would-be husband said, "Come here, you are sitting in the wrong place," but she and the old man took no notice of the remark, and simply snubbed him. Furthermore, when they reached home, all the men turned into their hammocks, while the wife busied herself over the cooking. This did not take very long, as she was only roasting the crabs, so she was soon able to announce, "Father, it is quite ready now." Getting out of his hammock, the old man called the young men up one after another, giving each one his name, and then called Sachi. Now, on hearing this term of endearment, the husband thought he was intended, and accordingly replied, "Wongj, i.e. yes, thanks, etc." "No, no," said the old father, "I mean the son-in-law whom I brought in the boat back with me today. He knows how to make quakes. You don't." Naturally, the erstwhile husband was put to shame, and immediately wended his steps over to his mother's place, carrying with him his hammock and the few crabs it contained. His mother was indeed a dear old soul, and after cooking the crabs, and giving him a real square meal, consoled him as only a mother can, advising him at the same time that he must wait a while, and be patient. Because she was sure the girl would make up to him again. A few days later she took her son away to visit an old friend of hers, a man who was very wise in his way. She told this man all her son's troubles, and begged that he would teach him not only how to hunt, but also how to make quakes, pigalls, matapis, sifters, and fans. Because it was due only to her boy's ignorance of these matters that he had lost his wife. The old man agreed, for friendship's sake, and mother and son remained with him for more than a year, the latter finally becoming quite as proficient in all the manly arts as his teacher. The result of all this instruction was that when the 2 of them, after leaving the old man's place, returned to their own little house, they never experienced those pangs of hunger that they did in the old times. Each day her son brought home something, and the Babercoat was almost groaning under the load of dried meat that it now carried. It happened that a woman passing that way called in one afternoon, noticed all the smoked game, and accepted a choice piece which the old woman offered her when she was leaving. Of course, womanlike, she must needs straightway go and show this very piece of meat to all the inmates of the house where the faithless wife of a year ago was residing. Telling her and all her people that her late husband was not such a fool as they had thought, did she not with her own eyes see all the game that he has killed, and all the quakes and mat-apis that he had made? Of course, conversation of this nature, and lots more of it, only made the late wife more and more anxious to visit the spouse whom she and her father had spurned. And there was good reason for it too. The past year's experience had been a sad one for her. She had discovered too late that her second husband was not only worthless, but in addition lazy, and that all he was now bent on doing was to lie in his hammock all day and make her work for him. So next morning, she and her mother, telling their people that they were going for a walk, set out in the direction that led to the house where lived the master of whose prowess and skill they had heard so much about the day before. They arrived there. The man was lying in his hammock, but his mother received them, placed stools, asked them to be seated, and put cassava with peppers before them. She also took pains to apologize that there was nothing else to offer them, notwithstanding that the babercoat with its load of meat was, as it were, staring at them. The visitors gave a significant look at one another, at the babercoat, and at the pepper pot with the cassava and peppers. They now felt so ashamed of themselves at having treated the young man so badly a little more than a year ago that they could not even eat the cassava, and without even touching it, told their hostess to take the pot away. 148 The elder of the two visitors rose to leave, and expected her daughter to do the same, but the latter said, "No. I intend staying here, with my first husband, whether he beats me or not, I don't care. He has turned out far better than my second one." So when her mother had got out of sight, she went up to the hammock where the man was resting, and climbed in, saying, "I have come back to you, my sweetheart." He, however, immediately pushed her out, saying, "I don't want you. I am the lazy, ignorant, and worthless man whom you scorned a year ago." She tried again to climb into his hammock, but he would not have her. She spoke, sweet-mouthed, to him, but he would not listen. Crestfallen, she left him, to return to her own people and her second husband, but the first one remained alone in his hammock and was glad to hear her go. 278a. I have been unable to confirm Brett's statement as to the members of the Demarina, a particular family group, being restricted to connubium only with those of the Corobohana family group. Otherwise, all the Guiana Indian tribes are exogamous and trace descent exclusively through the mother. Certainly among the Arawaks and Waraus, sexual union between persons of certain degrees of cousinship is regarded in the same light as is incest by Europeans. See Sect. 131. 279. An analysis of the prenatal and postnatal ordeals undergone by father and mother bring into prominence the fact that they bear remarkably strong resemblance to those submitted to at puberty, by both sexes, and at menstruation. Sect. 267 Eat Seek. In the main, these ordeals consist of food restrictions, the tolerance of severe physical pain without visible signs of suffering, and procedures connected with isolation, with water, fire, and cooking. The proper performance of the childbirth ordeals ensures that nothing will go amiss with the baby. With regard to the food restrictions, before the child's birth, these may be imposed on both parents. Some of the men of the Akawai and Carib nations, when they have reason to expect an increase of their families, consider themselves bound to abstain from certain kinds of meat, lest the expected child should, in some very mysterious way, be injured by their partaking of it. The akuri, or agouti, is thus tabooed lest, like that little animal, the child should be meager, the haimara also, lest it should be blind, the outer coating of the eye of that fish suggesting film or cataract. The laba, lest the infant's mouth should protrude like the labas, or lest it be spotted like the laba, which spots would ultimately become ulcers. The marudi is also forbidden, lest the infant be stillborn, the screeching of that bird being considered ominous of death. Br. 355. Among the Pomeroon Arawaks, though the killing and eating of a snake during the woman's pregnancy is forbidden to both father and mother, the husband is allowed to kill and eat any other animal. The cause assigned for the taboo of the snake is that the little infant might be similar, that is, able neither to talk nor to walk. Neither parent, however, when carrying a piece of cassava cake, may either turn it over in the hand, or curl it up at the sides, otherwise, the ears of the child, when born, will be found curled over. Any game hunted by dogs is strictly forbidden the pregnant woman of this tribe, just as it is at her menstruation. Otherwise the dog would be spoiled for hunting purposes, permanently in the latter circumstances, temporarily in the former, the dog recovering its powers only when the baby was born. Hence, when a man brings home any animal that has been hunted by a dog, it is his wife's business to see that it is not partaken of by any woman in either of the states named. An interesting reference to this belief will be found in Timeri, Volume 2, 1883, page 355, in which report is made of a woman's wages being stopped because, while weeding, she partook of the game caught by a hunting dog and so rendered the dog useless. She is forbidden to eat when pregnant any big meat, as turtle or tapir, or fish that has much blood in it, as at menstruation. She can now eat only the tail portion of a fish. Infringement of any of these rules will result in something being amiss with the child when born. The Indians of the Yups River, Rio Negro, believe that if a woman, during her pregnancy, eats of any meat, any other animal partaking of it will suffer. If a domestic animal or tame bird, it will die. If a dog, it will be for the future incapable of hunting, and even a man will ever after be unable to shoot that particular kind of game, ARW, 349, hence, meat has to be avoided by her. A Pomeroon Arawak female will beget twins through eating any double fruit during the period of her pregnancy. The saliva husband, however, G.I. 189, regarding such a result as a sure sign of his wife's disloyalty, believing that only one of the twins could possibly be his. Another pregnancy restriction on the Pomeroon is that the Arawak woman must not laugh, and must not grieve, neither may she look at the face of a dead person though it is permissible for her to gaze on the body. 280. And even when the baby does put in an appearance, the mother's troubles, like the father's, are far from over. For until her youngster is able to walk well, the Arawak mother on the Pomeroon must eat neither deer, turtle, nor iguana, animals which, for some days after birth, creep or crawl very slowly, in contradistinction, for instance, from the bush hog. That will start to run directly it has littered. The idea is that by eating such flesh the mother will cause her infant to walk too slowly. On the islands, the Carib mother abstained from female crabs, which would give the child stomachache, while the father had to avoid certain animals for fear of the youngster participating in their natural faults. If a father ate turtle, the child would be heavy, and have no brains. If he ate a parrot, the child would have a parrot nose. If a crab, the consequence would be long legs. BBR, 248-9. The mainland Caribs of Cayenne, Galibus, avoided deer, hog, and other large game. PBA, 223-4. Brett, in a quotation apparently from McClintock, says that the Akawai, Carib, and Warau husband abstains from venison after his wife's delivery for the same reason that the Arawak mother shuns it. BR, 356. The Rokoyen father must eat no fish or game that has been caught with an arrow, but must content himself with cassava and with small fish that have been poisoned with the niku plant. Should he disregard this taboo the child will either soon die or develop vicious propensities. For the Carib Islander, paternity must undoubtedly have proved somewhat trying. For 10 or 12 days he had to take to his bed, and subsist on a little cassava and water. He ate only of the insides of the cassava cakes, leaving the outsides for the subsequent feasting. For from 6 to 10 or 12 months later he had to abstain from several meats, as manatee, turtle, hog, fowl, and fish, for fear of hurting his infant, but such extreme fasting was carried out only at the birth of the first male child. When the fasting period was approaching its conclusion, he had to submit to a scarification, by means of agouti teeth, upon his shoulders without a murmur, and the better he bore this infliction the more valiant would his son prove. The blood thus made to flow was not allowed to fall onto the ground, but was smeared on the child's face to make it courageous. Genero, ROP. 550. The actual termination of the fast must here have been celebrated more or less ceremoniously. Placed on a red-painted seat, the women bring him food, which the old men put in his mouth, as they would do to a child. The cassava and the fish being in small pieces. He eats the cassava, but ejects the fish after chewing it. He would become sick if he began to eat too well at once. He is made to drink by being held by the neck, BBR, 249. The scarification and flogging ordeals of puberty are repeated on the Carib father, both island and mainland, after his wife's delivery of either boy or girl. The reputed idea is to transfer his courage, muth, to the children, SCR, 2, 431. In the former case, after a course of very limited diet he is brought to a public place, looking like a skeleton, and standing upright on two large flat cakes of cassavas. The sponsors then begin to scratch and cut his skin with very sharp agouti teeth. They first begin on the sides, then the shoulders, from the arm to the elbow, from elbow to wrist, and from the thighs to the ankles. He is then painted and rubbed with rucca leaves, pepper seeds and tobacco juice, and placed on a red-painted seat, BBR, 248-9, and fed, as already mentioned. The mainland Carib, the Galibi of Guyana, after some weeks' subsistence on a stinted diet, is scarified on various parts of the body with fish bones or agouti teeth. Very often even he is given several lashes with a whip, PBA, 223-4. 281. After the birth of the baby come the various procedures connected with the isolation of one or both parents. In the case of the father, his so-called lying-in is spoken of as the kavad, and is met with in many tribes, for example, Arawaks, Waraus, Caribs, who call the practice Economimino, Macusis, and Wapazianas. In the case of the mainland Caribs, Guyana, when their wives are confined for the first time, the newly married husband has to sling his hammock high up to the ridge of the house, PBA, 223-4. With the island Caribs, if the child is a firstborn male, the husband, as soon as the woman is delivered, goes to bed, complains and acts as though he had been delivered, BBR, 248, and submits to a restricted diet, etc. As with the Caribs, so with the Arawaks and Waraus, it is practically the husband who is isolated, and does the lying in. Indeed, in these three tribes, the woman is isolated only during actual delivery, which takes place either out in the bush, in a separate shelter, or in a compartment specially partitioned off from the rest of the house. With the bath that she takes within a comparatively few hours after the interesting event has occurred, her isolation, and with it any dangerous influence of her recent condition ceases. The woman is her own akushus. Even during the night and in wet season she will leave the house and retire to a secluded spot nearby. She occupies herself with her daily affairs until the last moment. She may come home with a quake containing the baby instead of the usual cassava, and, on the morrow she is prepared to undertake all the indoor work of the household, de 248. Confinement takes place either in the forest or in some little hut. She is always alone unless some difficulty presents itself, when an old woman will attend, PBA, 226. With the Macusis and Wapazianas, both parents engage in a lying-in for a shorter or longer period after the appearance of baby. The Macusi father takes to his hammock placed near that of his wife, until the navel string falls off. But before doing this, if he has no separate building, he will prepare a palm leaf partition in the hut, SCR, 2, 314. When the partition was finished the Wapaziana husband hung up in it both his own and his wife's hammock, and therein they lay to take to bed, Di Wochen Zu Hal 10, like the Macusis, SCR, 2, 389. During the lying-in of the mother, or kavad of the father, they are considered equally unclean, such uncleanness being occasionally regarded as persisting for long afterward. Thus, the mainland Carib, in Guyana, is obliged to devote himself to the service of an old Indian and to leave his wife for some months. During this period he has to be submissive and regard himself as a real slave, PBA, 223-4. When in kavad a visitor enters his house, that visitor's dogs will soon die, CR, 241. The Arawaks and Waraus say that if a man during the period he ought to remain in kavad indulges in sexual relations with any woman other than his wife, the infant will die through inability to exert its emunctory powers. After lighting her fire and supplying her with drinking cups, it is the duty of the female Wapiziana population to keep as far away from the lying-in woman as possible for the few days that she is deemed unclean, SCR 2, 389. With the completion of the kavad, on the upper Tiki River, among the Tayuka and other Indians, the grandmother smokes the pathway leading from the Maloka to the water as well as the water itself, before the parents have their first bath, kg. I. 312. With the Yups River, Rio Negro, Indians, when a birth takes place in the house, everything is taken out of it, even the pans and pots, and bows and arrows, till the next day, ARW, 345. 281a. In connection with this question of kavad, it is of interest to note that from among the Caribs I obtained a trace of an idea of the male acting as the parturient parent. The broken egg, c. Uraima once had in his possession a bird's egg, which he kept in a calabash. He took great care of it until it should hatch out. He met two girls on the road, they saw the egg and asked him to let them have it. No. He said, I cannot. They worried and even followed him, but he still refused. So they seized the egg, and in the course of the scuffle broke it. Uraima then spoke to the women as follows, since you have done this, trouble will follow you from now onward. Up to the present, the egg has belonged to man. For the future it will belong to woman and she will have to hatch it. It is only the female that lays eggs nowadays. 282. There seem to be some curious restrictions concerning water, so far as the father is concerned, both previous and subsequent to birth. R. L. Kingston gives the following interesting prenatal example. While some, true, Caribs were poisoning the upper Pomeroon with hayari for fish, I saw one of them rub his shins with the beaten and washed out hayari. Asking why he did this, he told me his wife was with child, and that he could not therefore go into the water without first rubbing his legs with hayari. Lest all the fish should sink to the bottom, instead of floating narcotized on the surface, T. 2, 1883, p. 355, it was said to be a custom of the island Caribs that they often deliver near the fire, and the child is bathed at once. But a funny precaution is, that if it is born at night, the men who are sleeping in the house go and bathe so that the child may not catch cold, BBR, 248-9. It is curious that the Pomeroon Arawak women will not bathe their infants until such time as the navel string heals, for fear of the same contingency happening. On the other hand, his usual bath is forbidden the Makusi father, SCR 2, 314, during his time of kavad. Strange to say, it is the bath which in most tribes constitutes the final purification of the mother, at the end of her lying-in period, whether such period be of a few hours or several days' duration. Beyond what has already been mentioned concerning fire, how some women, island Caribs, will often deliver near a fire and how others will apparently have one lighted for them, I have found no further references to childbirth in connection with fire. Except one in connection with the navel string. Bancroft is the only author who speaks of the division of the umbilic vessels, which they do with a brand of fire, which cauterizes their orifices, and renders a ligature unnecessary, Ba, 330. Two old Arawak women are my authority for saying that in the old days the cord was burned off with a heated nail. Cooking for a man is strictly prohibited to a pregnant woman, she may however, clean the meat, but in cleaning any animal or fish she must not cut off the ears, nails, or fins. In this latter connection there is a curious prohibition concerning fingernails in force among the Makusis. Neither men nor women at times of kavad or lying-in must scratch their bodies or heads with their nails. A piece of the midrib of the cocorite palm is specially employed for the purpose, SCR 2, 314. 283. In many of the tribes during the kavad, and often for long afterward, the husband is prohibited from engaging in certain of his ordinary occupations. The Pomeroon Arawak must neither smoke, lift any heavy weight, use a fish hook, nor have intimate relations with any woman. The mainland Carib of Cayenne was not allowed to cut any big timber with an axe, PBA, 223-4. The Makusi must not touch his weapons, SCR, 2, 313. Should these and similar prohibitions be not observed, some evil would be sure to befall the child. There is another interesting example recorded of a man. Arawak, during Kavad lying in his hammock and twisting a new bowstring, baby began to scream, with the result that the father had to undo the whole line, T. 2, 1883, page 355. When one realizes what the Indian conception of child life is, the explanation of the above otherwise extraordinary customs becomes comparatively simple. In its material as well as in its spirit nature, the baby is believed to be part and parcel of both parents, and even at birth is not considered to have an independent existence. Its material dependence on the father ceases only when the navel string is finally detached, the signal for the male parent to conclude his hatching or kavad. The baby's spirit nature does not, however, usually free itself from the mother until the lapse of many months, when it begins to crawl or walk, an occasion which in some tribes seems to have been celebrated by a festival, with hair cutting and other features. Hence, all this time, whatever can affect the mother in the way of food, or otherwise, exerts a corresponding influence on the child. On the other hand, its spirit nature may occasionally tend to wander all on its own account. Thus, when a Maruka River woman is carrying her very young infant along a pathway and happens to meet a cross path, she will break off a leaf or two from an adjoining bush, and throw it on the latter. Baby's spirit must follow her and not go off in another direction. On the conclusion of the kavad, the baby's spirit nature, though physically freed from the spirit of the father, and in that sense independent of it, nevertheless accompanies the father for a similar period, that is, until it can crawl, and can be influenced by it so long as the companionship, so to speak, is retained. When the infant begins to crawl, its hair is cut for the first time. Reverend Mr. Dance was, I believe, among the first to appreciate fully the true signification of these facts in connection with, presumably, the Arawaks. I myself have had opportunities for studying them among Arawaks as well as Waraos. The infant spirit clings to the father, gazes upon him, follows him wherever he goes, and for the time being is as intimate and familiar with the father, as he is with his own infant body with which the infant spirit is only recently associated. How then can the father go out to the forest or field to use an axe or cutlass, when the spirit of the child which follows him as a second shadow might be between the axe and the wood? How climb a tree, if the infant spirit is also to essay the climbing, and fall, perhaps to the injury of the infant lying in the hammock? How hunt when the arrow might pierce the accompanying spirit of the child, which would be death to the little mortal at home? If, traveling through the woods, you happen to meet a tyru leaf, which is formed very much in shape of a coriol, floating on a stream or pond of water, and furnished with a tiny wooden seat and paddle, cut out and placed therein, or should you, in stepping over a fallen tree, discover 2 sticks each placed from the ground to the trunk of the tree, disturb them not. When the father wades through the water, the toddling spirit must paddle over in the tyru leaf boat, and when his sire crosses over the stump, the little temporary bridge enables the infantile spirit to climb over. But notwithstanding the greatest vigilance, the little spirit is sometimes lost, and then the body pines and dies if the PI doctor is not fortunate enough to recover it. De 249. For my own part, I am very much inclined to believe that this little baby spirit is identical with the familiar spirit, sect. 93a. 284. In view of the facts mentioned throughout this chapter, it is as well to note that, on the Orinoco, when an infant, male or female, was born with any defect or monstrosity, it was put to death, g. 260. Similar procedure was in vogue in Cayenne, PBA, 227, while Schomburg states that, the shocking practice of destroying deformed children is not so general among the savages of Guyana as has been supposed, SCF, 219. On the Amazon there was the curious custom of killing all the firstborn children among the Zamanas and Coxanas, tribes met with between the Ika and Japura rivers, ARW, 355. Among the Zaparos of the Napo River, Upper Amazon, when a mother having a very young child dies, the child is sometimes buried alive, sect. 76, with her, AS, 175. On the Orinoco, among the Salivas, twins were considered a sign of dishonor. They call the mother nicknames. Some say that she is of the rodent family, which bear little rats 4 at a time, etc. Directly a Saliva savage gives birth to a baby and feels that still another remains, she will bury the first rather than put up with the jokes and chaffing of her neighbors, or merit the frown with which her husband regards it. The husband's view is that only one of those twins can possibly be his, the presence of the other is a sure sign of his wife's disloyalty. One of the Indian captains gives his wife a whipping in public for having dared to bring forth twins, and warns the other women as to the serious beating he will give them if they do the same. G.I. 189. The same thing takes place on the river Kuduyeri, among the Kobuas, at the present day, the second-born of the twins being killed, but if of different sexes, the girl is sacrificed, kg. 2, 146. 284a. There are certainly traces of a belief in sexual relationships having no necessary connection with the production of children. Even at the present day women can cohabit with water spirits without disastrous consequences resulting, sect. 186. On the other hand, women can get babies if they want them, by eating certain binas, plant or animal, sex, 237, 238. In a case of this kind the child is already in existence, its body being attached to, and by some mysterious means passing into, the body of the mother. As to the origin of such babies, all I can gather is that they arrive in the water of in the bush, and hence may make their appearance in our mundane world either as a gift from the water spirits, sect. 186, or at the instigation of the spirits of the forest, sex, 117, 302, with or without the agency of the PI. The following is a Warao story bearing on this subject. The Little Bush Child, W. A long time ago it was customary for a woman, when she yearned for a child, to wander about in the forest until she found one. It so happened that a certain woman, Yaburako, in going to her field found a little child on the road, a pretty boy he was, and she brought him home. She minded him, and he had sense enough to call her Mama. By and by, however, the child got mischievous, and made her vexed. She said, "You have really nothing to do with me, so why should you annoy me?" The husband remonstrated with her, expressing himself to her somewhat as follows: "You must not be angry with the child, but must mind him carefully." She continued, however, to be cross with the boy, and finally ill-treated him. "I am not going to be bothered with you any more," she exclaimed. "You have nothing to do with me. You are not mine. You don't belong to me." With this, the child disappeared, whereupon the husband said, "Well, he's gone now, but he will come back again, and this time enter your body, and you will have trouble enough to get rid of him." Sure enough, after a time the child did enter her womb, and, oh! the trouble and the pains she suffered before she was delivered of him. Women ever since have borne children in this manner just because Yaburako was so unkind to the little bush child. 284b. Arawaks believe that birthmarks and moles, Namarakan, are due to the failure of the mother, during pregnancy, to get what she wanted. She may have said, "Oh, how I should like to have just a bit of Maruti." Thoughtlessly placing her hand on her face, breast, body, or thigh, her baby will be born with a corresponding mark on the particular part touched. The Mongolian spot is regarded by the women as due to the position of the afterbirth being near the surface in the corresponding part of the mother's body. The Maruka River Arawaks call this spot Tutib, but as it begins to fade it is known as Anaquaro. 17. The Mediclne-Man. Medicine men practice what they preach, names, 285, respected and feared both alive or dead and may be given offerings, 286, but occupy no position necessarily distinctive, as captain of tribe, 287. Insignia and paraphernalia, bench, 288, rattle, 289, doll or mannequin, identical with idol or zemi of Antillians, 290, quartz crystals, 291, miscellaneous kickshaws, 292. Office, hereditary, 293. Female doctors, 294. Consulting room, 295. First PI, 296. Apprenticeship and installation, 297. Power over spirits, of animals, 298, of himself, e.g. invisibility, and of other Indians, 299. As interpreter of dreams, 300, seer or prophet, 301, his general versatility, 302 to 303. Guardian of the tribal traditions, 304, the giver of personal names, 305, his treatment of sickness and disease, 306. Disease and treatment, signification, 307, usual treatment by Arawak Pi, 308, by Carib, 309, by Galibi, 310, by Oyampi, 311, by Makusi, 312, by Indians of Caracas, 313, by Carib Islanders, 314. Spirit specially invoked in cure, 315, objects extracted from patients, 316, dieting of patients' relatives and family, 317, medical fees, 318. Quack doctors, 319. 285, there is abundant evidence that the medicine men practiced what they preached, and had every confidence in the powers with which they had been entrusted. They practiced those incantations over their own sick children, and caused them to be practiced over themselves when sick, Bra, 117. They act the farce on themselves when they are disordered, a practice which has not a little contributed to overthrow all doubts of the sincerity of their pretensions, Ba, 314. The PI himself believes in it, one will put himself in the hands of another when sick, Go, 13. Schomburg was convinced that the PI believes in the efficacy of his witchcraft as firmly as his protégés, SCR, 2, 146. The real causes of the existing prejudice against the medicine men are not far to seek, and have often been clearly expressed. As doctors, angers, rainmakers, spellbinders, leaders of secret societies, and depositaries of the tribal traditions and wisdom, their influence was generally powerful. Of course it was adverse to the Europeans, especially the missionaries, and also of course it was generally directed to their own interest or that of their class. But this is equally true of priestly power wherever it gains the ascendancy. And the injurious effect of the Indian shamans on their nations was not greater than has been in many instances that of the Christian priesthood on European communities, Brie, 55. On the other hand, there is not a single recorded instance of the Guianese Indian priesthood ever having submitted those of their people holding religious views different from their own to either torture or the block. The Creole term for the priest-doctor is Pi-Man, a hybrid that seems to have been first recorded by Waterton in the form of Pi-Man, who is an enchanter. He finds out things lost, W. 223. In its simple form, the word of course came into use much earlier, and is seemingly derived from the Carib Piache, which Camilla employs, and is still met with among the Polmaroon group of these Indians as Pizan. Brett, B.R., 363, derives it from the Carib word Puai, which denotes their profession. The Akaways call it Piatsan. Dance seems to derive the name from that of the tribal hero, Pia, sect. 41. Crevaux in Cayenne speaks of Pi, de Guj in Suriname of Pi, and Bates, throughout the extent of the Amazons visited by him, of Page. The Warao word for the priest-doctor is Wishadatu, Wizada, according to Brett, similarly applied to the Kickshaws. In some of the Orinoco nations, they call these men Mojan, in others Piache, in others Alabuki, etc. G. 225, the Piapocos Indians of the lower Guaviare River speak of them a Kamarikari, cr. 526, the Caribs of the lower Caroni River as Mariri, avh. 389, and the island Caribs as Bove, rop. 473. The Arawak designation is of equal interest and also of extended range. It is Semi-Chichi or Semi-Sihi, the same term applied generally to the kickshaws and various apparatus employed in the pursuit of the craft, sect. 93. 286. Both alive and dead, the medicine men had the respect and fear of the community. They were the teachers, preachers, counselors, and guides of the Indians. Regarded as the arbiters of life and death, everything was permitted, and nothing refused them. The people would suffer anything at their hands without being able to obtain redress, and with never a thought of complaining. PBA 210. They thus lived, in clover, G. 2:24, better than all the rest of the people, St. I. 399. And yet in a sense they were restricted. They must not partake of the flesh of the larger animals, but limit themselves to those only which are indigenous to their country, SCR 173. They had religiously to abstain from certain fish and game, PBA 211. No animal food was publicly tasted by these priests, while they abstained, even more strictly than the laity, from the flesh of oxen, sheep, and all other animals that had been transported from Europe, sect. 247, and were unnatural to their country, St. I. 399. They were said to renew their PI power from time to time by drinking tobacco juice, but in doses not so strong as at the time of installation, PBA 211. As stated above, even dead the medicine men were still respected. They also keep the dead bones of these sorcerers with as much veneration as if they were the relics of saints. When they have put their bones together, they hang them in the air in the same cotton beds those wizards used to live in when alive. 98. Bates gives a curious example of such veneration and sanctity, met with at a spot on the Jaburu Channel, Marajo Island, at the mouth of the Amazon, which is the object of a strange superstitious observance on the part of the canoe men. It is said to be haunted by a page or Indian wizard, whom it is necessary to propitiate, by depositing some article on the spot, if the voyager wishes to secure a safe return from the Sorteo, as the interior of the country is called. The trees were all hung with rags, shirts, straw hats, bunches of fruits, and so forth. Although the superstition doubtless originated with the Aborigines, yet I observed, in both my voyages, that it was only the Portuguese and uneducated Brazilians who deposited anything. The pure Indians gave nothing. But they were all civilized Tapuyos, HWB 115. Koch Grunberg gives a similar example on the river Cairiyups, upper Rio Negro, where the practice is undoubtedly observed by the Indians, KG I 237, while Cadro 404 has observed it on the Rio Branco. Compare the protective charm against the Curopora, etc., in sect. 109. 287. It sometimes happened that the captain and the PI were one and the same person, as in Cayenne, PBA 208. But on the other hand, however great his abilities, the medicine man did not obtain any distinctive position, as head of the Farnley, through his proficiency. Go, 14. Bancroft, 310, says that in almost every family, there is a person consecrated to the craft. There was apparently nothing characteristic about the PI in the way of ornament or decoration. I can find no confirmation of Bernau's statement that the novitiate's right ear is pierced, and he is required to wear a ring all his lifetime, b. 31. 288. The insignia and stock-in-trade of the medicine man, in his highest stage of development, comprise a particular kind of bench, a rattle, a doll or mannequin, certain crystals, and other kickshaws, generally something out of the common. All except the first mentioned being packed away when not in use, in a basket, or pegall, which is usually of a shape different from that employed by the lay fraternity. The peculiarity of the basket among Arawaks and Waraus lies in both top and bottom being concave. St. Clair, I. 330, reports that on the Corentin, among Arawaks, he came across the magical shell, rattle, supported by 3 pieces of stick, the ends of which were stuck into the ground, in the middle of the floor. It is not clear, however, whether in this situation the implement was being used or not. At any rate, all the insignia were taboo to the common folk and were kept out of harm's way in a special shed, the PI's consulting room, so to speak. Were they to be profaned, they would lose their intrinsic virtues, while the delinquents would suffer misfortunes of various descriptions. The bench, the hulla of the Arawaks, Plate 5, differed from the ordinary article of furniture usually met with in Indian houses, in being larger, often painted, and carved in fanciful designs of various animals. But little is known concerning the why and wherefore of the selection of the particular beast. Thus, I have seen the turtle, alligator, tiger, and macaw more or less faithfully represented on such Warao and Arawak divining stools. 289. The rattle, maraca, an Arawak word, the shak-shak of the Creoles, differs somewhat in shape, size, and ornamentation throughout the various tribes. It consists essentially of a large cleaned-out calabash, containing stones and other objects, through which a closely fitting tapering stick is run from end to end by means of two apertures cut for the purpose. This gourd shell, Crescentia cugit lin, which may or may not be painted in various colors, is provided with certain small circular holes as well as with a few long narrow slits. Both kinds of openings being too small to allow of the contents, either quartz crystals or a species of agate, dropping out. Seeds may be employed with or without the stones, small pea-like seeds variegated with black and yellow spots which, it is commonly believed, will occasion the teeth to fall out if they are chewed, Ba, 311, or hard red ones, STC, I, 320. But whether seeds or stones, they usually have some out-of-the-way origin. The former, for instance, may have been extracted from the PI teacher's stomach, PBA, 208, the latter may be the gift of the water spirits, sect. 185. According to a Kalina, the power of the maraca lies in the stone contained therein, Go, 14. The thicker, projecting part of the stick constitutes the handle. To prevent it slipping, it may be wrapped with cotton thread. The exposed thinner end is ornamented with feathers, as those of the parrot, inserted in a cotton band, which is then wound spirally on it. An Arawak medicine-man assured me that the feathers must not only be those of a special kind of parrot, Psittacus aestivus, but that they must be plucked from the bird while alive. A string of beetles' wings may be superadded. Gamilla, I, 155, states his belief that the Arawaks, the cleverest of the Indians, were the inventors of the maraca, which even in his day, some 2 centuries ago, had also been introduced into other nations. From the fact that, according to Indian tradition, sect. 185, the original rattle was a gift from the spirits, dance, 290, accounts for the great veneration in which it is held even by Christian converts who have ceased to use it. Brett, B.R., 364, confirms this, saying that there are Indians who fear to touch it or even to approach the place where it is kept. I have had personal experience that the same holds true today in the Pomeroon. So again, on account of the agates being put to use in the construction of the apparatus, Bancroft, 21, records how these white and red stones remain untouched where they are found in abundance above the cataracts of the Demerara. In speaking of the Warao rattle, Schomburg says, if the sick man dies, the PI buries his rattle also, since it has lost its power now, and with the sick person its healing properties die, SCR, 172. I cannot, however, find this statement anywhere confirmed. 290. Gamilla, I, 155, says that the medico makes the Indians believe that the maraca speaks with the spirit, demonio, and that by its means he knows whether the sick person will live or not. This statement does not exactly agree with the evidence handed down to us by other reliable authors, nor does it quite agree with what I have been taught and have seen put into practice. The object of the rattle is to invoke the spirits only. It is rather the business of the mannequin, or doll, to give the prognosis, to lend assistance, etc. Mention is made of such an object in Timeri, June, 1892, p. 183. Some few months ago, a gold expert and prospector while traveling along the Barima River, came upon the burial place of an Indian Piamon or medicine-man. The house under like the burial had been made was hung round with 5 of the typical Peman's rattle or shack, and over the grave itself was placed the box of the dead man, containing the various objects which had been the instruments, or credentials, of his calling. The contents of this box were a carved wooden doll or baby. The doll, or mannequin, which I saw used for the purpose on the Maruka River, was a little black one about 2½ inches long, balanced, gingerly, on its feet, which bore traces of having been touched with some gummy substance. If during the course of the special incantation it remained in the erect position, the patient would recover, but if it fell over, this would be a sure sign of his approaching death. In parts of Cayenne the doll is replaced by the Anantanha, or devil figure, sect. 311, which is unmercifully thrashed with a view to compelling the evil spirit to leave the invalid. The identity of this mainland doll, or mannequin, with the idol, or semi, of the Antilleans has already been indicated, sect. 93. 291. The crystals are employed for charming, bewitching, or cursing others, though the references in the literature to their application in this manner are exceedingly scarce. Indeed, I can call to mind only the following from Crevaux, 554, I notice on the neck of one of them, Guahibos of the Orinoco, a bit of crystal set in the cavity of an alligator's tooth. The whole has the name of guanare. It is with this guanare that the Guahibos throw spells, jet tent de sortileges, on their hated neighbors, the Pieroas. Every mineral that presents in its lines and shape a certain regularity is then the work of a devil or a sorcerer. Cursing and similar procedure are not, however, the sole prerogative of the Mediclne-Man, at least not in the Pulmoron district of the present day. The procedure is known as Ho'e to both Waraus and Arawaks, and is practiced, I am told, by very old people. As a remedy for overfatigue, Schomburg describes Macusis and Wapazianas cutting each other's legs with a piece of rock crystal, an instrument to which they ascribed particular virtue, refusing instead of it my offer of a lancet, SCF, 235. 292. With respect to remaining kickshaws, Pinkard, I.P. 505, says, and having faith in spells, they make little decorated instruments, of tender rushes about a foot long, which their physicians or priests called pais employ together with other magical implements, as wands to drive out these demons of ill. These instruments I have been unable to identify thus far. Finally, on the authority of the old Mediclne-Man who taught me the greater part of what I know concerning the practice of the art, charm, of some description was worn on the chest suspended by a cord hung round the neck, sect. 93. The one that my late teacher, Bariki, employed is flat and oval, made of some resinous material, and ornamented on one side with the incised figure of a female frog. It had been given Bariki by his grandfather when the latter taught him his profession, and when the old man died, he left it to me. In the extract from Timeri, 1892, p. 184, above quoted, where is to be found a list of the kickshaws appertaining to the Piaiman's stock in trade, is mentioned, a neatly carved representation, in reddish quartz, of a dog sitting on its haunches and holding its front well up. In this figure the base of the 4 legs is occupied by 2 clearly bored holes, into which, evidently, it had been the custom to fit strings by which to pull the little object along on the ground, just as toys are usually drawn along by small children. It seems to me far more reasonable, under the circumstances, to suppose that this object was the doctor's chest ornament just referred to. There is absolutely no evidence of any Guiana Indian toy being used in this manner, and it is ridiculous to believe that the vast amount of labor necessarily involved in carving quartz and boring holes through it would be expended on a child's plaything. 293. The office of the Mediclne-Man appears to have been hereditary and to have passed to the eldest son, Ba, 316. If he has no son the PI picks a friend as his successor, SCR, 172, although the same authority, Schomburg, elsewhere states that, under these circumstances, he chooses the craftiest among the boys, SCR, 423-4. It is likely that the secrets and mysteries of the profession may also have been imparted to outsiders for a consideration. I happen to have known one of the fraternity who taught another his profession for the sum down of $11 together with the gift of his daughter. I'm Thurn, 334, says, if there was no son to succeed the father, the latter chose and trained some boy from the tribe, one with an epileptic tendency being preferred. It has been said that epileptic subjects are by preference chosen as piamen, and are trained to throw themselves at will into convulsions. Perhaps this idea had its origin in the fact that through the use of a narcotic powder, the PAs can throw themselves into a condition of wild ecstasy, SCR, 423-4. Several such powders were known to some of the Guiana Indians, as the Yupa, G.I. 181, etc. On the other hand, I can find no references in the literature to the choice of epileptic subjects. Furthermore, the unlikelihood is turned into impossibility, when it is borne in mind that the victim of such a convulsion would be unconscious during its progress. 294. Occasionally the PI may be a woman. Thus, I knew an old Warao dame who used to practice her profession in the neighborhood of Santa Rosa Mission, Maruca River, under almost the very nose of the unsuspecting father. On the authority of Joseph Stoll, Arawak, Catechist at St. Bede's Mission, Barama River, young women, certainly among his own tribe, used to be trained in the same manner as the boys for the profession of PI. His own grandmother, on the father's side, and his father's cousin were both trained PI women. On the other hand, I can find no references whatever to woman doctors throughout the early literature of the subject. 295. The Mediclne-Man usually possesses a little outhouse, Polmaroon and Maruca Rivers, Plate 6, in which he keeps his various insignia. The Waraos call it Habuhanaku, spirit house. This building is of course taboo, as indicated by a bundle of cocorite leaves hung over the entrance. As a matter of fact, I have never seen the doctor's consulting room in the Polmaroon district built of any leaves other than cocorite. At Savonette, Burbis, the consulting room, so to speak, must have been a somewhat more complicated structure, for the use of medicine men in common. Near to the cabins that were inhabited, we observed a detached building enclosed on all sides, forming a single room, into which light and air were only admitted at the doorway. Upon inquiry we learned that this was devoted to the use of the sick, not as a hospital, but as a temple of incantation, for the purpose of expelling disease, PNK, I, 505. On the Amazons, Father Acuna, 98, also leads us to believe that there was in each settlement one special building for the use of all these doctors. There is a certain house devoted to the use of these sorcerers, in which they perform their superstitious exercises, and converse with the devil. 296. The original PI forms the subject matter of legends with which Arawaks, Waraos, and Caribs are all more or less conversant. Members of all these tribes assure me that tobacco was brought here from the islands, but I will let a Warao give two of the versions. The hummingbird with tobacco for the first PIAI-W. A man had been living with a woman for a long time. She was very good at making hammocks, but could not bear a child. So he took unto himself a second partner, by her he had a baby and was now happy. The infant, Kurusiwari, grew apace, and while the stepmother would be weaving her hammock, it would often come and hang on the suspending cord and slacken it. The old woman stood all this little annoyance for some time, but one day when the child was even more mischievous than usual, she said, "Go away, and play over there." It obeyed, went to a distance, but soon toddled back and once more interfered with the string. The woman now pushed the youngster aside, and in so doing it fell and cried. No one took notice of the incident and no one saw it toddle out of the house. All this time its father and mother were lying together in their hammock, and it was late in the day when its presence was missed by them. The child was nowhere to be found, so they went over to a neighbor's and there they saw their little one playing with some other children. They explained their errand to the house people, how they had come to seek their little one, and so, one thing leading on to another, they entered into an animated conversation, and forgot all about their real business. With the result that when they did finish talking, not only was their own child, Kurusiwari, but also one of the house children, Machurawari, nowhere to be seen. So the four parents started in search of the two little ones, and went to a neighbor's house, where they saw them playing with a third child, Kawaiweri. But the same thing happened at this house as at the previous one. The parents all got into conversation, and forgot their real business until finally they found all 3 children missing. It was a case now of 6 parents searching for 3 infants. But at the end of the first day the third couple abandoned the search, and at the end of the second day the second couple did likewise. In the meantime the 3 children had wandered on, making friends with the marabuntas, wasps, which in those days talked but did not sting. It was these children that told the black ones to sting people, and the red ones to give them fever in addition. And it was when the children arrived at the seashore that the first pair of parents met them. However, by this time they were children no more, but big boys. When the parents expressed their pleasure at having found them at last and of course expected them to return home, the leader of the 3, Kurusiwari, the boy who had been lost from the first house, said, "I cannot go back. When my stepmother pushed me, I fell down and cried, while you would not even look at me. I will not go back." But when both father and mother implored him with tears to return, he relented, and promised them that if they built a proper habuhanaku, lit. Spirit house, and called him with tobacco, they should see him. He and the 2 other boys crossed the seas, and the parents returned home. No sooner had the latter arrived there than the father started building the spirit house, and when completed he burnt papaya leaves, and cotton leaves, and coffee leaves, but all were of no use, there was no strength in any of them. And this strength could be supplied only by tobacco. But in those days we had none of this plant here, it grew far away out in an island over the sea. I do not know whether this island was Trinidad, or not, but we Waraus call it Nibuyuni, lit. Man without, because it was peopled entirely by women, cf. sect. 333, according to what the old people tell us. Well, the sorrowing father sent a galding bird, Pularodius, over to fetch some of the tobacco seed, but as it never returned, he dispatched various kinds of seabirds one after another, and they all met with the same fate. They were killed by the watchwoman as soon as they alighted on the tobacco field. Giving up all hope of ever seeing any of his messengers again, he went to consult a brother, who brought him a crane. This bird went to roost down near the seashore so as to have a good start on the following morning. While resting there, his little friend the hummingbird came along and asked him what he was doing. Getting ready for the morning, he replied. I have to fly over to Nibuyuni and fetch tobacco seed. The hummingbird suggested his going instead, but the other regarded the proposal as absurd, and reminded him that his boat was too small, and that it would sink. Nothing daunted, however, the little chap rose before daylight, as is his custom, and saying, I'm off, took to flight. At daybreak the crane spread his wings, and, sailing majestically along, got about halfway across, when he met the hummingbird struggling in the water. The latter had made a gallant attempt, but could not of course make headway against the wind. The crane picked him up and placed him on the back of his own thighs, which stuck out behind. Now, this position was all very well for the little hummingbird so long as no accident occurred, but when the crane commenced to relieve himself, the hummingbird's face got dirted, and he thus found himself forced to take to the wing again. With the result that, reaching Nibuyuni first, he waited for his big friend, who arrived shortly. He now told the crane to remain where he was, while he would visit the tobacco field. He was small, could fly swiftly, and no one would see him stealing the tobacco seed. While carrying out his design, the watchwoman tried to shoot him, but he was too smart for her, and darting quickly from flower to flower, soon collected as much seed as he required, and returned to the crane. Friend, said he, let us get home now, and suiting the action to the word the little creature started ahead, and now with the wind behind him, reached home first without mishap. Here he delivered the seed to the crane's master, and the latter handed it to his brother, telling him to plant it. When planted it grew very quickly, and when the leaves were fully grown, the brother showed him how to cure the tobacco. The brother also sent him to search for bark to suit the leaf, i.e. to make the cigarette, and he brought the winamru, which was just what was required. He next sent him for the habumataro, rattle, and he brought gourds of all sizes, but at last he returned with a calabash that he had picked from off the east side of the tree. This was the very thing. The bereaved father thereupon started singing with the rattle, and his son and the other 2 lads came in answer. They were 3 spirits now, and all 3 addressing him as father, asked for tobacco, with which he supplied them. It is these same 3 tobacco spirits, Kurusiwari, Machurawari, and Kawaiwari, who always answer when called by the PI's rattle, and as a matter of fact it was the poor bereaved father who came to be the first PI. All through his great grief at losing his child, and longing so much to see him once more. 149. 296a, Kamatari, the first Mediclne-Man, W. Kamatari wanted some tobacco, but as there was none about, he searched for it. He had heard of its growing on an island out at sea, so he went down to the shore, where he came across a house with a man inside. Approaching him, Kamatari said, "I am poor, and want tobacco. I hear you have it growing on an island. Could you get me some plants?" While thus engaged in conversation, the hummingbird came along, and said, "Hello. What are you 2 talking about?" "Tobacco, we want tobacco," they replied. "Oh, is that all?" the little bird said. "Why, I'll go and fetch some for you. I shall be making a start before the morning, and you can expect me back just as the sun begins to turn that way," pointing in a direction which would indicate about an hour after midday. The hummingbird kept his word, and returned as promised, but when the housemaster saw what he had brought back, he said, "Why, that is no tobacco leaf, it is only the tobacco flower," and, turning to Kamatari, he said, "I will go myself." The housemaster started next morning for the same island, telling Kamatari to expect him back as soon as the hummingbird, that is, shortly after midday. But as a matter of fact, he never returned until the following morning. The cause of the delay was that so many people were watching the tobacco that he had to wait for nightfall before he could steal the leaves. However, giving Kamatari some of the seed, he told him to go down to the waterside, where he would find his coriol, and if he looked inside he would see 2 or 3 tobacco leaves, which he might take. Kamatari did as directed, but instead of 2 or 3 leaves he found the whole coriol full of them. He helped himself to as many as would fill a quake and went home. Before taking his departure, however, the housemaster said, "I have a name, but will not mention it. When you know all about PI, i.e., medicine, you will be able to find it out for yourself." At last Kamatari reached home, and naturally all his friends came to pay him a visit, to get some of the tobacco, but he was shrewd, kept the tobacco under the roof, i.e., hanging up to dry in the ordinary manner, in charge of the marabuntas, wasps, left home very early of a morning, and only returned late, so as not to be at home when anybody called. But at last a visitor came and made a very long stay purposely. They thus met, Kamatari gave him 3 leaves, and sent him away. Next day, another man paid him a visit, but Kamatari had already left, and only marabuntas were there, many marabuntas, all of different kinds. The visitor went home, and, taking some fish with him, returned to Kamatari's place and asked the marabuntas to let him have some tobacco, at the same time showing them his fish and saying, "Look. This is the payment." And so, while the marabuntas all swarmed down upon the fish, the man climbed up, got what tobacco he wanted, and cleared out. When Kamatari got home, he also got up under the roof where the tobacco was stored, but found much of it missing, so he placed what was left elsewhere, and drove away all the marabuntas except one particular kind, a black variety. The Oro equals Yizari of the Arawaks, which he made his watchman. Starting now on his field, he cut it day after day, and after burning it, at last planted his tobacco. When he saw that it was beginning to thrive, he built a PI house, and going round his field, looked out for a calabash tree. He found one full of gourds. He took one, but on turning round, he saw a habu, who, after asking whether it belonged to him and getting "yes" for an answer, said, "All right. So long as the calabash is yours, you may have the whole tree. I have a name, but will not tell it you. I want to see whether you learn the PI business well. If you do, you will be able to find it out for yourself." On reaching home with the calabash, Kamatari started cleaning it out. When cleaned, another Habu came along and asked him what he intended doing with it, but Kamatari would not tell him. You see, this particular Habu was the one who comes to kill people and so was afraid of the power of the maraca, rattle, which is made from this very calabash. After scooping out and cleaning the calabash, Kamatari went into the bush and, traveling along, came upon a creek with swiftly flowing water. It was here that he cut the timber from out of which he next shaped the handle for the rattle and cut the sticks to make his special fire with. 150 Returning home once more, he fastened the handle in the gourd, but was not satisfied with the result. The rattle did not look as it should. So he hung it up on the beam of his pi house, and went once more into the bush, where he again met the killing Habu, who repeated his question as to what Kamatari intended doing with the rattle, but, as before, the latter would not tell him. Passing along, and hearing a noise as of many people talking, Kamatari proceeded in the direction whence the sound came, and found a number of Hebes fastening various parrot feathers into cotton twine. How pretty this ornament would look tied on his calabash left hanging up at home, was Kamatari's first thought when he saw what they were doing. On asking, the ornament was given him. The Habu who gave it to him said, I have a name, but I will not tell it to you. You can find it out for yourself, if you should ever become a good PI man. Kamatari next asked him for another kind of cotton plate, with feathers different from those on the one mentioned, to wear as a hat. 151 But the Habu said he had none, though he would get it at the next house. So Kamatari went to the next house, saw the Habu house master, asked for the cotton plate for the hat, and in the same manner as before, this Habu also said to him, I have a name, but I will not tell it to you. You must find it out for yourself when you are a medicine man. Kamatari went home now, and arranged the feathered cotton on top of the calabash, when who should put in an appearance again but the killing Habu. When he again asked Kamatari what he intended doing with the calabash, the latter refused to tell him, as before. But Kamatari was not satisfied even now, because when he shook the gourd it did not rattle. As yet it had no stones in it. So Kamatari went into the bush again, and followed creek after creek, and at last came to a big river. There he met another Habu, who got the proper stones that were wanted. When he had given them to Kamatari, he said, like the others, I have a name, but I will not tell it to you. You must find it out for yourself when you are a medicine man. Kamatari again made his way home and put the stones into the calabash. Just as he was finishing the work the killing Habu again appeared, asking him as before, what he intended doing with the calabash. The answer was, this is to kill you with, and to prevent you killing other people, and as Kamatari shook the calabash, which was now a finished maraca rattle, the Habu began to tremble and stagger and almost fell. But he managed to pick himself up and get away just in the nick of time. He ran to his Ijimo, headman, chief, and said, There is a man who has an object with which he nearly killed me and I must get my payment, i.e. my revenge. I am going back to kill him. All right, said the Ijimo, I will go with you. So they went together, and brought sickness to a friend and neighbor of Kamatari's, for they were afraid of attacking Kamatari himself. However, his sick friend sent for him. Kamatari went, and played the maraca on him, and took out his sickness. So the killing Habu made another man ill, but Kamatari took the disease out of him also. The Habu next afflicted a third victim, and again Kamatari was victorious. But when he attacked a fourth one, Kamatari was out hunting. When he returned, the poor fellow was in a bad enough condition, so strong did the sickness come, that Kamatari could not cure him, he had stood too long. The killing Habu then explained to Kamatari that it would always be thus, some patients he, Kamatari, could save, and other patients he could not. Of course Kamatari had been able to find out the names of all the Hebes that had lent him assistance in the manufacture of his maraca. And it is to these different Hebes whom the present-day medicine men are said to sing and call on when they cure the sick. For instance, the name of the Habu that procured the tobacco seeds for Kamatari was Wauno, equals Arawak and Yura, the white crane. 297. The apprenticeship of the medicine man in the olden days was very far from being the proverbial bed of roses. Among other tests, he had for many months to practice self-denial, and submit under a stinted diet to the prohibition of what were to him accustomed luxuries. He had to satisfy his teacher in his knowledge of the instincts and habits of animals, in the properties of plants, and the seasons for flowering and bearing, for the Mediclne-Man was often consulted as to when and where game was to be found. And he was more than often correct in his surmises. He also had to know of the grouping of the stars into constellations, and the legends connected not only with them, but with his own tribe. He had likewise to be conversant with the media for the invocation of the spirits, as chants and recitatives, and also to be able to imitate animal and human voices. He had to submit to a chance of death by drinking a decoction of tobacco in repeated and increasing doses, and to have his eyes washed with the infusion of hierry leaves, sect. 169. He slowly recovered, with a confused mind, believing that in his trance, the effect of narcotics and a distempered mind, he was admitted into the company of the spirits, that he conversed with them, and was by themselves consecrated to the office of priest-doctor, the 285. Bancroft, 316, says that the novitiate is dosed with the juice of tobacco till it no longer operates as an emetic. Sometimes, as among the Oyambis on the Oyapock River in French Guiana, other things were mixed with the tobacco, for example, a plant called kinkiva, as well as certain of the drippings from an exposed dead body, cr. 158. For the same colony fathers Grillet and Bechamel, GB, 48, record that the medicine men proffer neither physic nor divination, till they have made diverse experiments, one of which is so dangerous that it often makes them burst. They stamp the green leaves of tobacco and squeeze out the juice of it, of which they drink the quantity of a large glassful, etc. So that none but those who are of a very robust constitution, who try this practice upon themselves, escape with their lives. Brett, Br. 362, also testifies to the severity of the ordeal, for after the novice has been reduced to the death-like state of sickness to which the fasting coupled with the drinking of tobacco water has brought him, his death is loudly proclaimed, and his countrymen called to witness his state. Recovery is slow, and about the 10th day he comes forth from the sacred hut in a most emaciated condition. For 10 months after the new sorcerer must abstain from the flesh of birds and beasts, and only the smallest kinds of fish are allowed him. Even cassava bread is to be eaten sparingly, and intoxicating drinks avoided during that period. Meats and food not indigenous to the country are especially tabooed. McClintock states that the above rules are common to the Caribs as well as the Weraus, but that the former are allowed during their period of abstinence to take a little meat, the flesh of the Akuri. The Akawoyos differ in some respects from the other tribes, inasmuch as not less than 4, and frequently more, become MDs at the same time. Gamilla, 2:25, on the Orinoco speaks of the apprenticeship of the Piache in the following terms. In the forest of Casiabo, there was a medicine man named Tulaje, so celebrated that Indians flocked to him from all quarters. But they did not all come to learn, nor subject themselves to his teaching, because this cost them very dear. For besides adequate payment, he imposes such a rigorous 40-day fast on them, that few dare to undertake it. Of those that do, the majority leave the master weakened with the fasting, he who completes it is made to swallow, without chewing, 3 pills, manufactured of different herbs, of the size of a cherry stone. These pills are said to be an antidote for every kind of poison, and so render the disciple secure from all his rivals and enemies. The credulity of the Indians is so simple that none of them will meddle with any individuals so treated, curados. Most of the above accounts are concerned mainly with the drinking of the tobacco, an ordeal to which the old-time missionaries and travelers seem chiefly to have devoted their attention. Though it would have been of course more or less practiced beforehand, the tobacco ordeal in its entirety was reserved for the grand day when the public installation took place. During his course of training, in addition to his other instruction, the apprentice was taught to suffer the pangs of hunger and thirst, and to experience the martyrdom of pain without complaint or murmur. To teach him the latter, he was either bitten with ants or cut on various portions of the body. Among the islanders, his body is scraped with akuri teeth, BBR, 236. The ants were fixed into the interstices of plated diamond-shaped mats or girdles, and these were held or tied on the neck, breast, stomach, or legs. WJ, 91. In some cases, during their period of probationership, the prospective medicine men must not come into contact with Europeans, as this would destroy forever their influence over the spirit world. SCR 423. West of the Orinoco, they submitted to a seclusion of 2 years in caverns, situated in the deepest recesses of the forests. During this period they ate no animal food, they saw no person, not even their parents. The old piaches or doctors went and instructed them during the night. FD 50. Magic stones are alleged to be placed in the novitiate's head. KG 2, 154. Crevaux, among the Rucoiens of the Yeri River, French Guiana, speaks of the many years of probationership. CR 117. Take some years, the novice returns more like a skeleton than a man among his people. SCR 423-4. The only account of a public installation of the would-be PI, actually described as such, comes from Cayenne. At the public installation to which the neighboring PAs are invited, the aspirant has to swallow at one draught a calabash containing about 2 pints of tobacco juice. Most often he falls into a swoon, whereupon he is carried to his hammock. If he does not vomit directly after taking this powerful emetic, he dies, or at least he is seized with horrible convulsions and breaks out into cold sweats, etc., which all tend to bring him to the grave. But if he survives, he is acclaimed PI. PBA 211. In the island practices, the novitiate is made to drink tobacco juice until he faints, and, when they say that his spirit has gone to the cameen, they rub his body with gum, and cover it with feathers to allow him to fly to the cameen. BBR 235. Among the Pomeroon district Arawaks and Waraus it would seem that the aspirant wore a special cotton headdress at the time of installation. Pitou mentions the PI installation as taking place on the night before the marriages. Lap 2, 266. 298. Mention has already been made, sect. 297, of the knowledge, of which the medicine man had to give proof, concerning the instincts, habits, etc., of animals. Seated on his professional stool, with maraca in hand, he might be observed studying where game is to be found by the morrow's daybreak. He lights up his fire, and igniting some tobacco, he invites by invocation the spirits of the game he desires. Sect. 116. In his enthusiasm he speaks to them and answers for them in their supposed peculiar tones, modulated as in ventriloquy. For he believes that, being possessed, they answer through him, he being at the same time the humble earnest inquirer and the sufficient assurer of his own inquiries. 287. This belief in the interdependence of the priesthood and animal life is well illustrated in an example. T. 2, 1883, p. 348. Given by McClintock. I had an Akawoy huntsman who was a sorcerer, Piamon, and considered that he had certain birds and animals so completely under his control that no inducement would have tempted him to kill any of them. Among them were Poas, Marudis, and the Arua tiger. The latter he always told he could put his hand upon any time he went out. Another apt illustration is furnished by Schomburg. In our peregrinations in the savannas we frequently met with the nests of wild bees. They belonged to a species which the Makusi Indians called wampang, the Wapaziana Kumwiba. The hives or nests are generally fixed to branches of trees, and are from 2 to 3 feet in length. It stings severely, and in order to secure nests, the Indians kindle fires under them, when the insects abandon their fabrics en masse. I have, however, seen an Indian who was the conjurer or Piamon of his tribe, merely approach the nest, and knocking with his fingers against it, drive out all the bees without a single one injuring him. I noticed him drawing his fingers under the pits of his arms before he knocked against the hive. SCT 40. The PI system made a secret art of hunting. From the priest-doctor the hunters learned to hunt for the particular game they required, and received at his hands charms, Maklar and Bina, to ensure their success. 251. Among the Indians of the Yups River, the PAs are believed to have power to destroy dogs or game and to make the fish leave a river, ARW, 347. The Mediclne-Man furthermore could transform himself into an animal, sect. 154. If his wife becomes pregnant she may bear him a tiger, an animal into which he himself may be transformed at death, kg. 2, 154. 299. Certainly among many of the tribes the doctors were believed to be endowed with such power over their own spirits as to render themselves invisible. At a Makusi village on the Karakarang River, a branch of the Katinga, Barrington Brown, Bro. 119, was told that many of their people had gone to Roraima to see an Indian sorcerer there who had the power of making himself invisible at will. At Mora village, on the upper Rupununi, the same traveler, Bro. 139, explains how the PI's absence for the night was unavoidable, owing to his having to go up among the mountains to roam about for the night, while his good spirit remained in one of the houses to cure a sick man. Not only could the Mediclne-Man invoke spirits generally, as well as those of particular birds and beasts, but he could also play tricks with his own and other Indian spirits. Thus, I'm Thurn, 339, he is able to call to him and question the spirit of any sleeping Indian of his own tribe, so that if an Indian wishes to know what an absent friend is doing, he has only to employ the PI-Man to summon and question the spirit of the faraway Indian. Or the PI-Man may send his own spirit, his body remaining present, to get the required information. 300. The PI's reputation as an interpreter of dreams was second to none, he was both dreamer and seer, sect. 298, but this is only what might have been expected, considering the powers he possessed over other people's spirits, sect. 299, and dreams are really but people's spirits, sect. 86. Saved by a Dream, W. 152. A certain man had 2 wives, but unfortunately they did not agree, the elder being jealous of the younger. At last there was so much contention, that the husband was obliged to send the younger one away, and she took her baby with her. He had no bad mind toward her, but he could not stand the continual quarreling. When taking her departure, he gave her a sharp knife with which to protect herself on the road. The poor woman wandered on until nightfall, when she came upon a fine Mauritia, palm. Cutting a forked stick, she planted it against the tree, and climbed on it. Taking the youngest as yet unopened leaf, she spread it out and made a sort of temporary basket of it, into which she coiled herself together with her baby, and there she tried to sleep. Now, upon this particular palm, the fruit was plentiful, some 7 or 8 bunches, and around the stalk of each bunch she had taken the precaution of cutting a little ring, so that with the slightest touch, any bunch would fall to the ground. Somehow or other, the unhappy mother could not sleep, and late in the night she heard the growling of the tigers who had been attracted by her scent. One of these brutes climbed the palm and jumped on one of the fruits, but no sooner had he touched it than it gave way and he fell with a crash into the very midst of his fellows below who, believing him to be the woman they were in search of, promptly tore him to pieces. Another tiger made a similar attempt, climbed the tree, jumped on the fruit, and ended in the same disastrous manner. And so with a 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th tiger, all were similarly destroyed. By this time the dawn had broken, and the carcasses were left rotting at the bottom of the tree. What a sight for the terrified mother nestling up above! She could see all the tigers lying still and quiet, but was afraid to come down lest they might still be alive. She therefore waited a little, and when, after the rising of the sun, she recognized a wasp settling on each of their protruded tongues, she knew that the tigers must all be dead and could now do her no harm. As soon as she got down she continued her journey, and wandering along all day, she arrived about nightfall at a big manacled tree, which she climbed, with the baby fastened on her back. Tigers were likewise very prevalent here, and scenting her presence, they started digging around the roots with the result that by and by, the tree fell with a crash, but fortunately into an immense spider web, where its living freight became stuck. Now the woman's father was a celebrated PI, and while the first night's occurrences were taking place, he was dreaming all about her and the tigers. Next morning he started to search and came upon her while resting in the spider web. It was owing to the baby making water that he had cause to look up and discover his daughter. By daylight he had shot the tigers that were prowling around, and then helped down the woman and his grandchild. Both daughter and father cried. The former had been so strongly punished, the latter was so glad to have her home again. 301. Among other duties that the medicine men might be called on to perform was to fix the time most propitious for the people to attack their enemies, HWB, 244. They were supposed to be gifted with the power of prophecy, they foretold the issue of battles, BBR, 234, whether there would be war or peace. Similarly, they could prophesy as to the crops, whether these would prove scanty or abundant, FD, 51. 302, the Pomeroon Arawaks appear to credit the PI with being able to influence the Yawahus in bringing the as yet unborn babes to the mothers, sect. 284a. In some districts, as on the Berbice, the PAs were said to be professional poisoners, but it must be remembered that the charge of poisoning was one made against an Arawaks as a habit, de 16. Among the Wurali poison-making tribes, for example, the Makusis, Burnau's statement, b. 36, that the conjurers alone are conversant with the art of compounding it, does not seem to be borne out by the facts. At one place on the Orinoco, as already stated, sect. 297, the sorcerers were alleged to be rendered poison-proof, g. 225. Waterton's statement, w. 223, that he is an enchanter, he finds out things lost, is only a further example of the PI's supposed versatility. I remember on one occasion unconsciously giving great offense to my old doctor friend, Bariki, now alas gone to his long, last rest, by asking him if he knew so-and-so. He gave me a withering glance, and after a few moments' silence, said, "I know all things." Taking the hint, I subsequently invariably sought information from him by putting my question in the form of, "Tell me this, or that," with the result that, pleased with my appreciation of his mental superiority, he was always ready to impart all he knew, and perhaps more. 303. The following legend is another good example showing that there was very little that the medicine man could not do in the natural or supernatural sphere. It is apparently a variant of the stories given in sects 137 and 142. The Medicine Man and the Carrion Crows, A. Makanoro was a very clever medicine man, we call such an one a semi-shishi. Setting his traps out in the bush, he was always certain of catching something, be it bird or beast. But for some little time he found to his annoyance on going to his trap, that someone had forestalled him and had stolen the meat inside. It puzzled him how this could have been done, because there were no footprints or broken bushes about, to show the advent or departure of any stranger. So he one day climbed a tree in close proximity to one of his traps, and watched from his elevated position. He saw some game caught in the trap and by a black carrion crow, Cathartes barovianus, came swooping down, and tried to cut it up with a knife, so as to remove it the easier. The crow's knife, however, was too blunt, so he flew away and fetched the vulture, Sarcoramphus papa, who brought a sharper knife with him, and cut up all the meat nicely. And then a lot more carrion crows came down, and between them they cleared every particle of the meat away, leaving the trap as empty as before. Makanoro watched all this quietly from under cover of the tree branches, and on several other occasions subsequently saw them play him the same trick, the vulture being invariably the ringleader. He made up his mind to catch this bird, and disguising himself with cotton, which he stuck all over him, including eyes, nose, and head, he laid himself down on the ground quite close to one of his traps that had game in it, and remained perfectly still. As usual, the crow came down first, but his knife was still too blunt to cut up either Makanoro or the meat inside the trap, and so he went, as before, to fetch the vulture. And when the vulture came quite close, Makanoro seized him, and held him fast. This made all the other common crows frightened and they flew away. The bird himself thought that his captor must be a PI, because no one else could have secured him so simply. Now, I have made a mistake talking about himself, his, and him, because it was a hen bird, as Makanoro speedily found out. Indeed, she was a very fine woman, and he married her there and then. And thus they lived comfortably together for many years, all the carrion crows having returned to live in the vicinity as friends and companions. One day, the wife sent him for some water, and gave him a quake to bring it in. He took it down to the riverside, but couldn't catch any, of course, because as fast as he poured it in, it flowed out through the meshwork. He tried several times, until at last some Munari ants, noticing his extraordinary movements, asked him what he was trying to do, and when they learned how anxious he was to oblige his wife, they offered to patch up all the interstices of the basket with ant bed. When they had finished the job, the quake retained the water, and Makanoro brought it home full up to the brim. On seeing this, his wife said to herself, "Yes, indeed. My husband must be a real semi-shishi to be able to bring water in a quake for me." And yet she had her doubts about the matter, so she thought she would try him a second time. She accordingly sent him to cut a field for her, but on returning each morning he found that all the timber and bushes that he had cut down the day before were growing again and thriving in their original positions. As a matter of fact, the carrion crows had flown to the field each night, at the bidding of the vulture, and set up again the trees and bushes that had been felled. But poor Makanoro did not know this. All he could do was to ask the kushi ants to eat up the wood, branches and leaves, as fast as he could cut them down. These, knowing the facts of the case, made up their minds to help him, and did so. The carrion crows could not fight against the kushi ants, and so Makanoro managed to complete the clearing of his field. And though his wife was inclined at heart still more to believe that her husband was a medicine man, considering the circumstances under which, as she believed, he had cut his field, she was yet in doubt about it, and determined to try him a third time. She therefore sent him to make a chair bench for her mother-in-law. He had to carve the head at each extremity into the exact likeness of the old woman. This task she thought was practically impossible. 153 and Makanoro thought so, too, because as yet he had never set eyes on his mother-in-law. However, he tried to find out, but every time he even looked in the direction of the old woman, she immediately covered her face with her hand, or turned it aside, or downward. How to make her turn her face upward so as to get a good look at it, was what puzzled him. At last he hit upon an idea. Without her knowing it, he climbed into the roof, and throwing down a centipede so as to fall, flop, into her lap, made her extend her arms and look up for a second, just as he wanted. Then starting to work, he cut up the log, trimmed it into the necessary shape, and finally carved excellent likenesses on the two heads. When completed, his wife took the bench to her mother-in-law, who laughed when she saw her two portraits. Certain it is, that both women wondered greatly how Makanoro had managed to obtain a sufficiently good view to enable him to make so exact a likeness. The wife now became quite proud of her husband, and fond of him, too, because he always carried out her wishes. If she asked him to bring her some fish, he would fetch her some wrapped up in a small parcel, and when as usual she would pout her lips and hint that it was not a large quantity, he would tell her to open it. And then the fish would come tumbling out, one after the other, in immense quantities, filling the whole house, cf. Sect. 28, and he would laugh, because being a PI, he could do extraordinary things. A fine boy had long blessed their union, and the mother was beginning to feel homesick. Anxious to show off her husband and child to her own people, she told him that they must all leave his place, and go to her father's, up and beyond the clouds. And there they remained with her relations, the carrion crows, for many a long day. She, however, was always telling her folk what a clever man her husband was, and that whatever she asked him to do it he did. So these crows asked him to perform a number of seemingly impossible feats, and not one did he fail in executing. But this only made all the crows jealous of him, and they determined to put him to death. Makanoro, being a medicine man, however, knew that they proposed doing so, and said, "All right. Let me get back to my place, and fetch my friends, and we will fight it out." So, taking his wife and son, he returned to his old home, and collecting all the birds in the neighborhood, he told them to prepare for the onslaught with the carrion crows. Now, when these arrived and saw the hosts of other birds ready to receive them, they determined to secure by stratagem a victory which they recognized they could not obtain by force. Their idea was to burn up the whole world, together with Makanoro and his friends in it. For this purpose, the crows started fires here, there, and everywhere around, but Makanoro saw his friend the black Kuri-Kuri, Harpiprion Cayanensis, flying high, and told all his other friends to curse her, he joining in their imprecations. This made the rain fall, and so the fires were extinguished. 154 Now that his wife became angered with him for having frustrated her own people, the crows, in their design of burning up the world in general, Makanoro left her and went his way. She then sent her son to waylay and kill him, but whether he effected this wicked design I do not know. 155. 304. In some cases the PAs were recognized to a greater or less extent as the guardians of the tribal traditions. Thus in the Archivos de Indias, Patronato. Rodrigo de Navarrete, an account of the provinces and nations of the Arawaks, written sometime during the last quarter of the 16th century, a work quoted by Rodway, in Timeri, for 1895, p. 10, there is the following interesting reference. These Indians have a meeting place or school where they assemble, as in a manner for preaching. There are among them old and wise men whom they call semitu, compare the usual forms semi, etc. Sect. 93. These assemble in the houses designed for their meetings, and these old men recount the traditions and exploits of their ancestors and great men, and also narrate what those ancestors heard from their forefathers. So that in this manner they remember the most ancient events of their country and people. And, in like manner they recount or preach about events relating to the heavens, the sun, moon, and stars. 305. The medicine men not only gave names to the children, as with the Arawaks, sect. 264, but under certain circumstances would change them. Thus, among this same nation, if a PI is called on to treat a sick child, and is successful in effecting a cure, he may give his little patient a new name, and thus enable it to make a fresh start in life. 306. The chief business, however, of these doctors is centered in counteracting the evil designs of certain spirits, Kanaima or other, who cause disease of such a nature as to baffle the ordinary home treatment and household remedies of the average Indian. Though I know of one instance in which a woman in labor was brought by her husband to seek remedial measures from one of this fraternity. The home treatment just referred to might consist in the use of ordinary herbs, vapor baths, and in other measures known to the average Indian. But occasionally, as with the Dakinis, to obtain such an herbal remedy, the PI's assistance may have to be invoked, sect. 168b. As a matter of fact, all disease which does not respond readily to treatment is ascribed to various spirits acting directly or indirectly, by means of thorns, pointed bones, etc., maliciously inserted into the body of the patient. When once invoked, the medicine man is able to learn the cause of the trouble, and how to combat its effects. 307. Disease or death is not a natural phenomenon, so to speak, but is usually due to one of two agencies. It may be the work of some spirit, perpetrated either judicially or of mere malice, as some affirm, or through the importunity of a votary. An evil spirit, one who causes an evil, might send an animal to bite or sting a person, or cause a tree to fall upon him, his axe to cut him, water to drown him, or some other calamity. 289. Now, except through the agency of the PI, the influence of this spirit causing the evil cannot usually be counteracted. Burman alone for the mainland makes the statement, which I must regard as confirmed by the practice of a similar custom on the islands, that, when sickness assails them, they, laymen, sect. 89, present a propitiation to the evil spirit, consisting of a piece of the flesh of any quadruped. If recovery follows, they suppose the evil spirit to have regarded and accepted the offering, but if no recovery, the conjurer is called in, etc. B. 51-54. The PAs are undoubtedly believed to have the power of influencing the spirits not only in removing the causes of the disease which they, the spirits, have inflicted, but also in sending sickness elsewhere, sect. 319, in the spring of 1907 the Ojanas, Cayenne, suffered from an epidemic of bronchitis, or galloping consumption, from which many died. This was ascribed to the PAs, Go. 14. It is possible, however, that the medicine men, independently of spirits and certain old people, can inflict sickness on folks at a distance. For instance, the Apalai Indians of the Upper Peru, Cayenne, when they cannot subdue their sicknesses revenge themselves by sending an evil charm to a woman, sect. 319, of the neighboring tribe, cr. 299. It is not at an uncommon for one tribe to put the blame of some real or imagined ill on the shoulders of another. For example, the Wapazianas consider the Macusis the most dangerous poisoners and Kanaimas. Every illness is ascribed by them to the wickedness of the Macusis, SCR 2, 387. Similarly, on the Tiki River, Rio Negro, the Macus are blamed for everything, kg. I. 270. There is a certain skin disease, believed to be a vitiligo, which the Piapocos of the lower Guaviare, Orinoco River, call siro. It is always contracted by drinking the yokuto, kuak mixed with water, of an enemy affected with this trouble. Who has mixed in the brew a few drops of his blood, cr. 527. Death and other evils may be due also to some human enemy more or less disguised, modified, or influenced by a peculiarly terrible spirit known as Kanaima, against whose machinations the power of the PI avails nothing. To this belief in Kanaima I propose devoting a separate chapter, sect. 320. 308. In the Pomeroon district, the present-day Arawak procedure of the PI, for the treatment of disease, is as follows. Suppose the patient visits the doctor, the latter will sling the sufferer's hammock in the special outhouse already mentioned. In those cases in which the person is too ill to bear removal, the doctor will visit him, and there erect a closely plated conical-shaped cage of manicle leaves, with a low door only just large enough to crawl in and out by. Nothing further can be done now until the sun sets, but as soon after sundown as convenient the medicine man will start a new fire, by twirling one stick upon another. The fire once kindled, he rolls tobacco to make the usual Indian cigarette, and proceeds to examine the patient. He then asks what the pain is like, and where it is, as, in stomach, head, chest, and talks to his kickshaws, especially the mannequin, or doll, to learn whether the patient is going to be cured. The method of employment of this doll has already been given, sect. 290, seated on his special chair, the doctor next lights and smokes his cigarette, and finally rubs his hands with Hiowa wax. This done, he proceeds to massage the painful spot, and smokes on it through his hands placed funnel-wise. This part of the treatment may be viewed by the public, there being nothing secret or mysterious about it, and may of itself effect a cure, in which case, as the Creoles would say, story done. With the next procedure, however, provided the illness prove stubborn, the females are all sent away from the place, men have to keep at a respectful distance, quiet must reign, and all lights have to be extinguished. The alleged reason for putting out the fires is that the various spirits whom he is now about to invoke may not be afraid to come. If the treatment is being carried out at the patient's residence, the medicine man will crawl into the cage when the invocation takes place. In the meantime, the medicine man cleans and polishes his maraca, which he pieces together, and ties the feathers carefully on, smoking on it all the while. He sings and shakes his rattle. Leaving his bench, he touches the painful spot or spots with the maraca, circling it in the air, smoking and singing all the while. Altering his voice from bass to alto and vice versa according to the voice of the spirit which is presumed to be conversing with him. Apparently 2 voices are often heard. When it is remembered that the spirit may be anything from a tiger to a poas, even another PI, the various modulations of voice and speech which he has been trained to reproduce can be better imagined than described. He does not know beforehand which one has wrought the mischief, hence he has to invite and interrogate each one. This manner of invocation, according to the fee given, may continue until 2 or 3 in the morning. There is a limit to the doctor's powers and endurance, when all the kickshaws will be put away in the specially constructed pegall. Our medicine man, seated on his divining stool, will proceed to smoke and dream, and in his dream he will discover at whose instigation the sickness has been sent, and whether the illness itself is due to a dead person's spirit, as a bush spirit, to a living one's spirit, a Kanaima, or to the Oriu, or water spirit. At the same time he also learns the mode of cure. Next morning he will retail this information either to the patient or to his friends, as soon as he has paid something over and above the fee, as cloth, beads, money, which he has already received. The cure may be such as can then and there be carried out, as the extraction of the evil by suction, or the disease may prove of so serious a nature that it is a matter for the spirits alone to deal with. At any rate the medicine-man then gives careful directions as to how the patient and his relatives are to be fed, with bird, fish, or otherwise, as the case may be, but there is always the stipulation that whatever is ordered, a, must never be added to, or taken away from, for example, no salt, peppers, seasoning, etc. And no trimming off, b, must be cooked with the doctor's own fire, or with another specially made for the purpose by means of 2 pieces of stick, care being taken in both cases that it is not touched by a stranger. C, must not be allowed to boil over the edge of the pot. If during the course of the day the patient should not improve, the doctor will repeat the treatment the same night, smoking, singing, and dreaming, but on this occasion, addressing the spirit which has caused the mischief. He implores it if possible to restore the health which it has impaired. He may even repeat all this the 3rd night if the patient's grave condition warrants so doing, and he is paid an adequate fee. At any rate, when he finally completes the treatment the doctor invariably tells the patient, unless the latter is actually moribund, that he will recover, but that both he and his family must be very careful as to the foods prescribed. For should the sufferer unfortunately die it is always because one or other of the stipulations regarding diet has not been properly obeyed. When, during the course of the treatment, rain happens to fall, the proceedings are immediately postponed to the following evening. 309. Among the Pomeroon Caribs I have been present on several occasions on the Manawaran River at the procedure adopted by a PI to effect a cure. It has always been at night, with the doctor seated in a small temporary cone-shaped structure roughly made of manicold leaves, and the rattle brought into requisition. Operations invariably commenced with the invocation of 4 particular spirits by singing to them, each with a different song, by tobacco smoke, and by shaking the maraca. As a matter of fact the medico is said to call up only the first spirit. The latter, however, invokes the second, and so on. The names of these 4 spirits, in the order in which they are summoned, are Moari, sect. 122, Makayabani, Ayakaye, and Acharoni. All except the second live somewhere in the bush, but they come when summoned by the rattle. Makayabani, on the other hand, remains in the maraca, coming out only when shaken, and then he envelopes himself in the tobacco smoke. All these 4 are good spirits and friends of the PI, they are male and female, like people, and come from the bodies of old-time medicine-men. They tell the celebrant whether the disease from which the sick man is suffering has been sent by another spirit or by another PI at the instigation of some enemy. The 3 evil spirits who send sickness, ill luck, and other calamities to mankind, belong to cloudland, and to water. Kwamaraka lives in the sky below the clouds and is something like a Galding bird, Pilorodius. Tokoroyamo has his home below the clouds, and resembles the Doraquara bird, Odontophorus, while Okoyuma is the water mama sect. 177, these 3 have a master, called Nosino, who lives somewhere above the clouds. He is a man, a very bad one, is always for killing somebody, and is his own master. But to return. If the disease has been sent by one or other of these bad spirits, the PI gets Moari to take it far, far away to the Orinoco River. But if by another PI, the present celebrant will send it back to him, and woe betide the latter if he is not smart enough to avoid it, for unless he takes very great care he is sure to die from it. Should, however, the sickness prove stubborn, Tiger is finally called on. Directly his voice is heard the disease comes out to be speedily devoured by him. But if Tiger should prove unsuccessful, nothing now can possibly save the patient. 310. The Galibi PI of French Guiana practiced similar methods, according to the accounts left us by Barrère, after placing the maraca below the patient's hammock. The PI starts sucking at those parts of the sick person's body where the pains are greatest, afterward passing both hands over the patient. He then strikes his hands together and blows on each palm, sect. 85, so as to drive away the devil, spirit, that has attached itself there, sect. 74. The PI will sometimes pinch up pieces of his own skin, and thus extracting corpulency, embonpoint, and good health, will apply these in handsful to the patient while making the passes over him. These Indians also employed the little hut specially constructed in the carbet, in which, after all the lights have been extinguished, the medicine-man sings and shakes the rattle. He often comes out of his little cabin and would pretend that it is the devil, spirit, that has got out. He will then run right round the carbet and tug at the hammocks in which the Indians are lying. He sometimes says that he is going up into the skies, but will soon return, and he will then mimic the distant voice, etc., PBA, 213-215. 311, in remote parts, of French Guiana, and toward the sources of the river Oyapock, the Indians Oyampis, practice another method, with the figure of a devil, spirit, made of a very soft and resonant wood. This statue, which is 3 or 4 feet high, looks frightful with its long tail, queue, and big claws with which they provide it. They call it a nantanha, literally, devil figure. After having blown on the sick person, the PAs carry the statue out of the hut. There they talk to it and thrash it unmercifully with sticks, so as to force the devil, spirit, in spite of itself, to leave the sick person. These exorcisms are carried out at night, after the fires have been extinguished, PBA, 216. Very interesting in this connection is the maize straw mannequin, found by Crevaux, among the Apalai Indians of Cayenne, cr. 301, which may have been employed for a similar purpose. It represented a warrior ready to let fly an arrow, fixed on 2 sticks arranged crosswise like a gallows. 312. It is not always necessary, however, to use the maraca, it being quite possible to invoke the spirits with a couple of bundles of leaves. Thus, Schomburg gives the following account of a Makusi performance at Napi, on the Kanuku Mountains. The old man came into my hut with 2 bundles of leaves in his hands, and with them he drove out the other occupants. He then put out all the fires, sat near my hammock on the ground, which he whipped with the bundles, and started howling, only now and again broken by short pauses. After this had gone on for a quarter of an hour, I recognized a second voice by the side of my hammock, and question and answer went on between the two. The conversations with the evil spirits are unintelligible even to the Indians. It was next morning that the PI took care to make them aware of its contents. After the double conversation was finished, the magician placed himself at the head end of my hammock, howled close to my forehead and, after lighting a cigar, blew strong clouds of tobacco smoke into my face which almost suffocated me. And pressed the bundle of leaves, which I recognized by the smell as tobacco leaves, onto my forehead. This went on for quite half an hour and got me into a good sweat. At last his voice failed him, and he left the hut. He did not use the maraca. SCR 2, 145-146. 313. Westward of the Guianas a particular kind of wood apparently played the same role as the rattle or the leaf bundle. If we accept the statement of Dupont in his description of the Captain Generalship of Caracas. The practice of these professors of the healing art consisted in licking and sucking the affected part, in order, according to them, to eliminate the peccant humor. When the fever or pain increased, suction of the joints, as well as friction over all the body with the hand, was employed. During the performance of this operation, some unintelligible words were pronounced, with a loud voice, commanding the evil spirits to depart out of the patient's body. If the malady did not readily yield, the piache or physician had recourse to a particular kind of wood, known to himself alone, with which he rubbed the breast, throat, and mouth of the patient. A practice which seldom failed to produce sickness and vomiting. In the meantime the Piache on his side uttered dreadful exclamations, howled, shook, and made 1,000 contortions with his body. If the sick person recovered, everything contained in the house was given to the Piache; if he died, the fault was imputed to destiny, never to the physician. FD 50. 314. Among the island Carib Indians the PI procedure was of the simplest kind. They say that the Kameen sect 90 Eid Sikh always comes on scenting the odor of this incense, tobacco, and, being interrogated, he answers with a clear voice, but sounding as from a distance. The sorcerer then approaches the sick person repeatedly, feels, presses, and manipulates the suffering part, always blowing on it, and extracts something from it, or rather appears to extract, some thorns, or small pieces of cassava, wood, or bones, making the sick person believe that this was the sole cause of the pain. Very often he sucks the painful part, and immediately goes out of the house to vomit what he calls the poison. BBR 234. The following are further particulars of the island practices as reported by Rochefort and Poinsy. The boy consults his familiar spirit who tells him that it is the familiar spirit of such an one who has done it, who has brought the mischief, ROP 473. Then the devil, familiar spirit, whom he has invoked, violently shakes the ridge of the roof, or with some other noise immediately appears, and replies distinctly to all the questions asked by the boy, Ibid 563. If the devil assures him that the illness is not mortal, both the boy and the accompanying phantom approach the sick person to assure him that he will soon be cured, and to encourage him in this hope they touch gently the most penial parts of his body, and having pressed them a little pretend to extract from them thorns, broken bones, splinters of wood and stones which these wretched doctors say were the cause of the ill. They also moisten with their breath the weak spot, and having repeatedly sucked it, they persuade the patient that by this means they have extracted the poison which was in his body and kept it in languor. They finally rub the sick person's body with juniper fruit. But if the boy has learnt from the communication which he has had with his demon that the sickness is a fatal one, he contents himself with consoling the sick person by the statement that this God, or rather to say, his familiar devil, having pity on him, wishes to take him into his company, so as to be freed from all his infirmities. ROP 564. 315. With regard to the nature of the spirit specially invoked, Barrington Brown, Bro. 140, when describing the performances of a Makusi Pi at Mora village, Upper Rupununi, remarks that in some instances the good spirit for the time being brought with it the evil one that was supposed to have had some hand in producing the man's malady. And then the wife asked it how it could come and injure a being who had never harmed it, begging it to desist and leave her husband alone. The only answer she obtained to this appeal was a most diabolical, mocking laugh. The Kanaima, or Great Spirit, was never called upon by the sorcerer to assist or cure the sick man, but only the subordinate inhabitants of Spirit Land. 156. 316. As to the extraordinary variety of visible objects inserted into the body of the victim by the invisible spirit and similar agencies, and subsequently extracted by massage and suction, the following will give some idea: fangs of the much-dreaded Lachesis mutus, Bushmaster, Snake, McClintock, T. June, 1886, page 94, Grassroots, G. 2, 27, Gravelstone, Fishbone, Bird's Claw, Snake's Tooth, or Piece of Wire, BR, 364-5, a Worm, HWB, 244, a Miniature Bow and Arrow, CR, 526. The last mentioned is very interesting in view of the Arawak Indians' belief, BR 361, that all pain is due to the evil spirit's arrow, sect. 330. The medicos of the Otomac nation suck with such force as to extract blood from the patient, and when this is spat out on a cleared space, minute stony particles are to be seen in it, G. 2, 27. Fathers Grillet and Bechamel apparently gave approval, GB 48, to this method of cure, besides divers sorts of plants, gums, and woods they use to cure diseases and wounds. They have a way of sucking their patients in that part of the body in which they feel their pain, and this method is most commonly very successful. 317. The idea that not only the patient but also his relatives and others should abstain from certain diets was very widespread. The Piash's first prescription is to impose a general fast on the patient and all his kinsfolk. The majority of the Piaches demand that no one belonging to the house should eat anything hot. Anything cooked, or peppers, g.I. 210. With the Caribs, Arawaks, sect. 308, and Waraus, the whole family, father, mother, brothers, and sisters, is dieted on exactly the same lines as the invalid. If a man, Carib Islander, gets wounded or ill, he will ask his brother, sister, or some relation to abstain from eating such or such a thing. This would make their pain worse even if they were 50 miles off, BBR, 250. So also other observances may be incumbent on the whole family as well as on the patient, sect. 180. Among the Rukoyens of the Upper Yeri, Cayenne, besides the diet, the only license which the doctor allows the patient is to throw himself into the river when the fever is very high, cr. 117. As a matter of fact, when death ensues in spite of the treatment, this was usually ascribed to disobedience as to food restrictions, though other causes were occasionally held accountable. Thus, the implacable inveteracy of the spirit causing the mischief may be too powerful for the doctor to contend against, or some rival sorcerer, whom the sufferer has unhappily made his enemy, and who is supposed to have employed the Yawahu in destroying him, br. 364-5, will at times come in for a share of the blame. 318, Crevaux, 250, states that when consulted, the PI is offered a cigarette. If he accepts it, this means that he undertakes to visit the sick person. He will not receive, however, certain gifts, in this case a comb, child's hammock, and sifter, offered him until the sick person is completely cured. A young girl is sometimes given as payment for the professional services of the Piaman during sickness, which may account for the scale of his domestic establishment, br. 320. So great is his influence among the women that his wives are always the choicest, scr. 423-4. With the Carib Islanders it was customary for the person cured to express his gratitude by a big feast, where the boy, who had helped in the cure, held first rank among the guests. Furthermore, it was incumbent on the convalescent not to omit the Anakri, sect. 89, for the devil, familiar spirit, who did not fail to find a place among the assembled company, ROP, 564. 319. There is said to have been on the islands a class of men and of women who, though in a large measure alleged to be playing the role of PI, cannot quite correctly be classed as such. References to them may conveniently be given here. Besides the boys or magicians, there are sorcerers, sortiers, at least the people believe so, who, according to what they say, send charms on them, of very dangerous and fatal kinds, and these sorcerers they kill when they can catch them. Their presence often serves as a pretext for getting rid of one's enemies, ROP, 474. They believe themselves never to get ill, but to be bewitched. And, simply for a headache or stomach ache, they kill or cause to be killed those whom they suspect to have given it to them. It is generally a woman, sect. 307, since they dare not openly attack a man. But before killing her, they ill-treat this unfortunate person most cruelly. Their parents and friends go and fetch her, and she is then made to search in the earth in different places, and ill-treated, until she finds what they believe her to have hidden. And very often, the woman, in order to deliver herself from her executioners, confesses what is not true, picking up some pieces of shell or fish bones. When the women who are accused as witches pick up these different shells they say that it is the remains of what the bewitched had eaten, which the pretended witch had buried in the ground. Many incisions are then made on her body. She is hanged by the feet, a kind of very strong pepper, sect. 255, called Piman is then rubbed in her eyes, and she is left for some days without food, until a drunken executioner arrives and puts an end to the unfortunate being by breaking her head with a club. BBR, 232-234. With regard to the celebration of the anniversary of a Guahibo chieftain's death on the mainland, there is a record by Crevaux, 548, of the Mediclne-Man casting, or rather blowing a spell over, Sufil por Jeter un sortilege a, the individual who caused the death, compare sect. 85, the others, men and women, then following his example. 18, Kanaima, the invisible or broken arrow. Expression of the law of retaliation, Kanaima may appear as a human being or spirit, 320, and perhaps can be satisfactorily explained, 320a, or as an animal, 321. Kanaima's handiwork, when fatal, can be recognized as such only by the PI, 322. Discovery of the individual under whose influence Kanaima has acted, 323, search for this individual by one of deceased's relatives, or by a hireling, 324. Avenger proceeds to get into touch with his victim, 325. Mutilates him with poison, club, or arrow, 326, but only to such extent that death will not ensue until third day after, 327-328, when he will complete the mutilation of the corpse, and so obtain his own purification, 329. The invisible or broken arrow, 330-331, the mission of the arrow, 331a. 320, an individual becomes exceedingly ill. All the ordinary everyday remedies have been resorted to, the PI has invoked his familiar spirit, yet the patient dies. Or he may sometimes expire without warning. The very fact of the medicine-man's inability to effect a cure serves only to confirm the belief held in certain tribes, Akaweos, Makusis, Arakunas, for example, that the victim's condition is the work of some human agency more or less disguised, modified, or influenced by a peculiarly terrible spirit known as Kanaima, sect. 307, the word itself is said to be Akaweo, the Arawak term is Mahue, which thus comes to be applied by this people to all Akaweos in general. According to inquiry made of the Arawaks, who, like the Caribs and Waraus, do not appear to know very much about the subject, and that only at second hand, Kanaima is said to be the name of a certain tree growing in the savannas, of which the sap has remarkable properties. After rubbing himself with it a man will go mad and become changed into some animal, as a tiger or a snake, and do people harm. The sap can also be thrown over other folk with similar results. But the word mentioned has really a very extended meaning. It is the expression of the law of retaliation, which is sacredly observed among the Indians of Guyana, 16, at least, certainly among the Makusis, Akaways, Wapazianas, and Arakunas. Though applied to the man who has devoted himself to perform a deed of blood, it seems more properly to belong to the murderous spirit under the influence of which he acts, and which is supposed to possess him, Br. 373. It indicates also the person whose rights have been injured, Scr. I. 322-3, as well as the whole mode of procedure, including the means, poison, etc., employed. Thus, the audacity of the Akaways, in these predatory excursions is astonishing. If a party can muster 8 or 10 stand of firearms it will fight its way through all the mountain tribes, though at open war with them. And by the rapidity of their marches and nightly enterprises, which they call Kanaima, they conceal the weakness of their numbers, and carry terror before them, Hick, 234. Schomburg says it was impossible to learn clearly how Kanaima is regarded, because he appears not only as an evil invisible being, Daminisches Wesen, and, in many cases, as a particular personality, individuelle Persönlichkeit, but always as the avenger of a known or an unknown injury. Who and what Kanaima was, they could not tell us, but they reckoned that every casualty, Toadsfall, was due to him. I had already observed the thirst for vengeance among the Waraus which often overcomes and tortures an Indian to the point of madness, as soon as he considers himself injured in his reputation or in his wife. A thirst which is but quenched with the death of the offender, or in the annihilation of his whole family, Scr. I. 322. The same author gives an account of a certain waterfall on the upper Katinga which his terrified Indians tried to get past as quickly and as quietly as possible. Kanaima, the hereditary enemy of the human race, was being followed by a powerful spirit, the pursuer was close at hand, escape seemed impossible, the steep bank preventing further flight over level ground. But in this opening it was possible, he burrowed in here, and came out again on the opposite shore of the river bank about 10 or 12 miles farther on, whence he emerged to continue afresh his torments upon mankind, SCR, 2, 182. 320a. And yet again it is quite possible that the term Kanaima may have an easily intelligible origin based on the bloody exploits of certain of the Rio Branco tribes, whose reputation, through the avenues of exchange and barter, could easily have reached the Indians of British Guiana. As a matter of fact, I cannot recall at present a single instance of Kanaima culled from the literature dealing with Cayenne, Suriname, or the Orinoco region. At the head of the river Jopiri and river Taramanasu, streams flowing into the Rio Negro to the eastward of the Rio Branco, are a series of wild tribes. These tribes are not wild in the sense of making war on civilized and quiet peoples, mansos, but are Kanaima tribes, tribus canimes, as the Indians of the upper Rio Branco call them, that is, they are tribes of cutthroats by profession. Educated from generation to generation in murder and theft, killing for the pleasure of killing, not even eating their victims but utilizing their tibias for flutes and their teeth for necklaces. Indians of a dozen tribes have assured me, says Cadreau, that there exists among the canimes an association of PAs who exert great influence. What makes the thing appear very probable is that it is known that these various Kanaima tribes are allied and more or less united, solidaries. Ku, 2, 235-6. 321, as already hinted, the Kanaima may just as often be in the form of an animal. Many of the Indians believe that these Kanaima animals are possessed by the spirits of men who have devoted themselves to deeds of blood and cannibalism. To enjoy the savage delight of killing and devouring human beings, such a person will assume the form, or his soul animate the body, of a jaguar, sex. 146, 147, 148, approach the sleeping places of men, or waylay the solitary Indian in his path, br. 373. One can tell, by the effects, the particular animal whose characteristics Kanaima have assumed. Does he give a blow that stretches his victim on the ground? Then he is a tiger. Does he in wrestling find his arms encircling the neck of him devoted to destruction? Then he imbibes the spirit of the Kamudi, and like the constrictor, strangles, the 277. He may appear also in the form of a bird, and may even enter a person's body in the form of an insect, a worm, or even an inanimate object. 322. When a person dies it is only the PI who knows whether the death is due to an evil spirit, or to the poison, blood revenge, of another Indian. If to the former, he is buried with the usual ceremonial, but if the verdict is that he was sacrificed for some offense the corpse is carefully examined, and should only a blue spot or something unusual be found on it, the PI will show that here the victim was wounded with the invisible poisoned arrow, SCR, 2, 496. 157. 323. Once the handiwork of Kanaima has been recognized, the PI's powers, as such, are not brought into further requisition. In the way of retaliation or revenge on the particular individual with whose connivance this terrible spirit has wrought the mischief, it is not the Kanaima but his human agent who is sought for punishment. The retaliation and revenge are matters for the victim's relatives and friends to deal with, and various measures are adopted by them to discover the particular individual specially concerned. Among the Arawaks, in order to ascertain this, a pot is filled with certain leaves, and water, and placed over a fire. When it begins to boil over they consider that on whichever side the scum first falls, it points out the quarter from whence the murderer came, b. 57. Among the Macusis, above the Waraputa Falls, Essequibo River, Schomburg relates the following striking instance: a Macusi boy had died of dropsy, and his relatives endeavored to discover the quarter to which the Kanaima, who was supposed to have slain him, belonged. The father, cutting from the corpse both the thumbs and little fingers, both the great and the little toes, and a piece of each heel, threw these pieces into a new pot which had been filled with water. A fire was kindled, and on this the pot was placed. When the water began to boil, according to the side on which one of the pieces was first thrown out from the pot by the bubbling of the water, in that direction would the Kanaima be, SCR, 325. A consultation is thereupon held, the place is pointed out, and the individual whose death is to atone for that of the deceased, b. 57. If any one, man, woman, or child, has incurred the hatred of the all-powerful Pi, or should the latter be desirous of the wife of some Indian, this or the other would be the cause of the death, SCR, 2, 496. 324. A near relative is charged with the work of vengeance, he becomes a Kanaima, is supposed to be possessed by the destroying spirit so-called, and has to live apart according to strict rule. And submit to many privations until the deed of blood be accomplished, BR, 357. If the individual cannot be found, or rather if the favorable opportunity for committing the deed does not present itself, although it will be sought for years, any other member of his family will suffice. Sometimes the near relative will charge himself with the duty. A little Warao boy of about 12 years of age avenges his father's and mother's death by smashing in the Pi's skull with a club when the latter lies drunk in his hammock, SCR, 158. Formerly, the Indians at the Great Falls of the Demerara were employed by the Arawaks of the lower district to work their vengeance as Kanaima mercenaries, d. 277. The Indians of Ituni, Burbus River, sent a deputation to the Aracuna tribe with presents, to induce them to come and exterminate Mecro and his settlement. These Aracunas, chosen for the deed of blood on account of the remoteness of their habitation as likely to baffle all trace of the originators, d. 16, came over from a great distance. Some Indians, who are adepts in the art of making subtle poisons, hire themselves out to rid their employers of any obnoxious individuals, and these are called Kanaimas, Bro. 141. These examples serve to show how the work of vengeance could be deputed to strangers and mercenaries. 325. But whoever it may be that is charged with the duty of avenging the death, he suddenly disappears from the settlement, no one knows where he is. He wanders now as Kanaima through the forests, valleys, and heights, and does not return until he has slain his victim or shot him with the poisoned arrow. Half a year or more, even years, may thus be spent, during which time he avoids all contact with other Indians. From the moment he leaves the settlement, he is outlawed, he has cut all the ties which bind him to his family and his tribe, and it is the business of any Indians who may meet him in the bush, to kill him, SCR, 322-3. Nor is he allowed to speak with any he may meet in his way, says Bernau, 57. But Hillhouse makes the statement for the Arawaks, that an Indian who is deputed to revenge a murder will follow his enemy for years, publicly avowing his purpose, which he will relinquish only with life, Hick, 231. He has to abstain from meat and live on what the forest supplies, a fact which will account for his usually emaciated appearance. As for ornament, he is credited with wearing a curiously wrought cap, b. 57, but it is the bodily decoration which gives him his distinctive features. He paints bright red spots on his skin, to show that, changing into a jaguar at night, he can thus slay his victims. A set of jaguar's claws hung up in a sorcerer's hut have the same threatening signification, BRB, 154. In describing two such Kanaimas, Dance says that their emaciated bodies were painted in lines, they were tigers or, boa, constrictors, d. 276. Schomburg talks of the Avenger being painted in a peculiar manner, and clothed with an animal skin, SCR, 324. 326, the longed-for opportunity arrives at last, the Kanaima finds his victim alone, and slays him by poison, the arrow, or the club. Among the Akaweos especially, but also among the Makusis, Wapazianas, and Aracunas, a frightful poison known as wasi is brought into requisition. This is extracted from the bulb or tuber of a plant which the Indians refuse to show him, says Schomburg, in spite of entreaty and rich reward, on the score that if the Paranagiris, Europeans, knew it. They would immediately discover its antidote. They cut the bulb into thin shavings, dry in the sun, and then crush to the finest powder, which has quite the appearance of arsenic. Should the alleged delinquent be caught asleep, some of this powder is strewn upon his lips or under his nose, so that it is inhaled. A sharp burning sensation in the bowels, a raging fever, and a tantalizing thirst, with no means of obtaining relief, are the symptoms of the poison, and convince the victim that his days, even his hours, are numbered. Within 4 weeks he becomes reduced to a skeleton and dies in fearful torment. Scr. I. 323. Thus, among the Makusis at Mora on the Rupununi River, was met an unfortunate woman whose attenuated body was a most shocking sight. She was a living skeleton, being nothing but skin and bones, with the exception of the face, which was not reduced in proportion with that of the rest of the body. They told me, says Brown, that this woman had come to them from the Irang River district, where she had been poisoned by Kanaimas. And that this accounted for her wasted condition, Bro. 258. Another account I am able to quote, from the Mazaruni River, where a white powder is employed by an unction. It appeared that the murdered man had been induced to join a fishing party, and then had been set upon by a number of men, who had forced his limbs out of joint, rubbed his body over with a white powder made from a species of wild tania, and then pulled them into their sockets again. He managed to reach home with great difficulty and take to his hammock, where he was seized with vomiting and died in a few hours, Bro. 55. Further reference to this poison was obtained from the Upper Pomeroon Caribs, who speak of it as masi. And tell me of its being put to use by the Akaweos as follows. Masi is a weed which is rubbed on a thin stick and the latter is pointed at the individual it is wished to injure. The person so pointed at must come to the one holding the stick, and as he walks along, he falls down in a sort of fainting fit. While thus unconscious, Kanaima covers him with tricell, Pentaclethra filamentosa, and thus makes him wake. But by this time Kanaima changes himself into an akuri or a deer. As the victim limps along, he startles either one of these animals, and by this sign or token recognizes that Kanaima has been giving him medicine. 158. 327. Now, whichever means, as, poison, arrow, club, visible or invisible, the Kanaima agent may employ to carry out his design. He especially refrains from causing the immediate death of his victim for the reason that at least a 3 days respite or interregnum has to be observed before he can complete, on his victim's body, those particular rites, sect. 329, without the due observance of which he cannot obtain his own purification. If circumstances should prevent him thus being purified, he must become demented and die raving mad. Hence, after assuring himself that the actual death will not take place before 3 days shall have passed, he makes equally certain of the sufferer in the meantime holding his tongue in more senses than one, thus preventing him giving any definite clue to his assailant's identity or existence in the immediate neighborhood. To effect this, the Kanaima devotee accordingly slits his victim's tongue with the fangs of a most poisonous snake. Schomburg tells us from his own experience, Scr. I. 324, how the Indians collect the fangs of such snakes. Of course accidents will often happen, and even after taking the precaution of shooting an arrow into his back, the victim may be killed on the spot. In such a case the Kanaima agent will bury the corpse at once superficially in the spot where the man fell, taking care to remember the place, that he may find it when he returns, after the 3rd day, to complete the final ceremony. Even should the wound fail to prove immediately fatal, before the poor creature can reach home the tongue has become inflamed and swollen, so that he, or she, is unable to tell who did the deed. Dance speaks of another method of impairing speech, by twisting the tongue, and inserting poison pills into the mouth. These pills are composed of the parings of a macaws bill, parings of cowhorn, dog's hair, scrapings from the bulb root of the dhu turu, and another poison, the name of which was not ascertained, the 278. Brett thus talks of an Akawai murdered on the banks of the Manawaran, a branch of the Maruka. The deed was perpetrated by a Kanaima devotee in the usual manner, and close to the Indian settlement. A loud shout was heard in the forest. And when the friends of the victim ran to the spot, they found him on the ground with his back and neck bruised, but not bleeding. He had been deprived of speech by the murderer according to the cruel system followed in those crimes, Br. 269. 328. If the sufferer is found by his friends and carried home, the perpetrator of the deed, the Kanaima, is obliged to hover near, to discover the place of burial, Br. 357-60, for reasons already stated, sect. 327. But the victim's friends are equally shrewd in burying the corpse so secretly that its whereabouts shall not be known to him, hence every precaution is taken to ensure this object. Should the site of burial be ultimately discovered by the Kanaima, however, and the friends of the victim will take no chances, they will either poison the corpse or stick pimplers, palm spines, into it. Thus, a man having been killed by Keo, the corpse was laid out naked, with a basin of water under it, into which the pimplers of the peripi palm were placed. The body was then washed with the water, and a portion of the spines were broken, and forced into the body. When laid in the grave, the remaining spines were strewn over his body. This, they said, would kill the man who tasted of the juice of the dead body, the 278. Or again, so as to make certain of revenge on Kanaima, if the grave is molested by him, some of the deceased's friends will open the body, take out the liver, and put a red-hot axe head in its place. If after that is done, the Kanaima should disturb the corpse, the intense heat which was in the axe head, when placed there, will pass into the Kanaima devotee's body, consuming his vitals and causing him to perish miserably. An Akawai told Brett of another plan that is sometimes followed, namely, Worali poison is placed on the dead body, Br. 359-60. 329. On the third night the Kanaima visits the grave and sticks a pointed staff into the body. Upon drawing this out, if there is blood on it, he will lick it off, and all the dangerous consequences of his act are paralyzed for him. With the result that he returns contented to his settlement, SCR 2, 497. He has undergone purification, so to speak. 159 He cannot be released from the power of the evil spirit which possesses him until he has performed this act. If this, which is an offering to the Kanaima spirit within him, be accomplished, he becomes like other men, and can return to his family, but if not, he wanders on till madness or some other dire consequences, through the agency of the disappointed spirit, are believed to come upon him. The Arawak is firmly convinced that if the Kanaima, on the third day, cannot taste any of his victim's blood, he will become mad and die mad, SCR 2, 497. He can be freed only if he succeed in leaving behind his two distinctive death marks, the swollen tongue and the damaged entrails. The original doctrine of Kanaima would almost seem to have constituted a special cult, the inner working of which it is now hard to unravel. Brett says that, among the Akaways, the whole system of Kanaima is taught by father to son in many families, Br. 358. 330, it has been already stated, sect. 322, that Kanaima's handiwork may be recognized in the blue spot due to the invisible poisoned arrow employed by him. On the Napo River, Amazon, the Indians will attribute many of their ills to the puffing of invisible darts into their bodies by evil designing persons, an idea no doubt suggested by the mysterious and silent operation of their own instruments of offense, AS 155. A similar belief is current in the Guianas. Caribs ascribe children's sicknesses, sect. 110, and Arawak's otherwise unaccountable illness in general, and any sharp sudden agonizing pains in particular, to an invisible arrow. The latter tribe will often describe it as the bush spirit's arrow, Yawahu-Shamara. Interesting in this connection is the fact that a miniature bow and arrow may be extracted by the PI from the patient's body by means of massage and suction, sect. 316. There are further beliefs about certain mysterious arrows which it is worth noting. Where the arrow sank into the water, there lurked the danger in the shape of submerged rocks, but where it floated, there the passage was clear for the Corial to pass, sect. 151. Owing to an invisible fungus growing upon the arrow in the one case, sect. 145, and upon the bowman's arm in the other, sect. 144, the missile does not hit its mark. When either is properly cleaned, however, the arrow is made to split a fishing line and a distant hanging vine rope, respectively. It has been claimed for the spirits, and Mediclne-Man, and after all, the powers of these agents were identical, as almost one of their perquisites, so to speak, sect. 30, that they alone can hit an animal by shooting the arrow up into the air and letting it fall from above on the quarry. As a matter of fact, this was once a more or less common practice among the turtle hunters of the Amazon and Orinoco. 160. 331. A few words on certain ideas concerning broken bows and broken arrows must be given place here. The term broken would seem to represent almost the normal condition in which certain of the bush spirits employed bows, for which reason some of these denizens of the forest were known as Shimarabu Akradani, sect. 95. The same beings were also evidently not averse to using broken arrows, subsequently spliced, sect. 144, but it is certainly difficult to trace the raison d'etre of the self-castigation with the two halves of a broken arrow to ensure strength and courage, sects. 139, 221b. 331a. The idea of invisible poisoned or broken arrows noted in the two next sections preceding may possibly bear relation to one of the procedures adopted in the declaration of hostilities on the outbreak of war. Thus, the call to arms may be noiseless, the emissaries silently announcing the fact that the tribe is at war without even saying a word, for it suffices to leave in passing a barbed arrow in a public place for all to take up arms. This notice is called the mission of the arrow, correr la flecha, and is tantamount to a declaration of a state of war, g.I. 134. Martius recorded a similar procedure among the Caribs, Uri, Maranya, and others, Beitridge, I. 97. The practice is also observed with the Guariua of the Yapura at the present day, kg. 2, 316. 19. Miscellaneous Indian beliefs concerning man and animals. Dwarfs, people with their feet turned backward, Tavingas, white and white-haired folk, Acephali, 332, Amazons, 333 to 334. Orangutan, etc., 335 to 336, Warikaba, tiger, 337. Tigers, in general, 338, tapir, 339, armadillo, 340, bush hog and skunk, 341, anteater, 342, sloth, 343, turtle, etc., 344, alligator, 345, gecko, 346, snakes in general, 347, camuti, 348, frogs, 349, birds, 350, fish, 351. Insects, 351a. 332, what more natural from the primitive man's point of view than that lake people and river people, more often in the water than out of it, should come to be looked on as fish. That men invariably wearing their headdress in a manner usually considered appropriate only for the opposite sex, should be regarded in the light of women. And that monkeys, grown in imagination to man's size, should come to be the dread of unprotected females. We have our fish folk, sex, 152, 178, our Amazons, sex, 157, 296, our orangutans and the like, sex, 138, 140a, in Guiana folklore. But there are other peculiar people to be reckoned with also. The Tupinambas, inhabiting a large island in the river Amazon below the Rio Negro, told Father Acuna, 158, that on the south side near their island there are two nations among others upon the continent that are very remarkable. One of them are dwarfs as small as little children, and are called Guayatsis, the other is a race of people that come into the world with their feet turned behind them, so that those that are unacquainted with their monstrous shape, and should follow their track, would run from them instead of overtaking them. They are called Matthias, and are tributary to the Tupinambas, whom they are obliged to furnish with hatchets made of stone to fell great trees with, when they have a mind to clear a piece of ground. For they frame these hatchets very neatly, and it is their whole business to make them. According to the idea current among the trios, people were originally like wood and stone, and had no faces. Go, 12. On the upper Peru, French Guiana, Crevaux, 284, passed a small stream up which the Guayanas never venture, owing to the reputed presence of white-haired Indians who sleep by day and walk by night. History does not say whether it was the unusual coloration or the nocturnal perambulation that rendered them so uncanny to his native companions. Brown, Bro, 281, when at the Orandui Falls on the Ireng, saw on distant ridges to the eastward Indian villages, the inhabitants of which, his Cumimaring guide informed him, were turning white, and in time would be white people. The association with white people of the idea of life everlasting in this mundane world, an idea which the Indians themselves possessed, has already been referred to, sect. 66, in a work by J. Hartsink, 2, 810, occurs the following passage concerning certain Negroes at Saramacca. Regarding the Tavingas, or two-fingered Negroes, pl. 7, it is observed that they are a people who had only 2 large fingers on their hands and 2 large toes on their feet, similar to those of a crab, as is figured in the illustration. The wrist is somewhat larger than that of the average man, the thumb and little finger are more than twice the usual size, and stand out from the limb, have a bend at the tip, and appear as one piece of flesh on which there is something like a nail. The palm of the hand has no bends, but appears as a solid mass, yet the divisions can be felt. After the Declaration of Freedom, these Negroes of Saramacca walked publicly through Paramaribo. Many argue that they are not a distinct tribe or nation, but just a family who by accident or freak of nature have been thus deformed. These people are becoming very rare indeed, probably through intercourse with others, fast bastardizing. The forests of the river Sipapo, Orinoco, are altogether unknown, and there the missionaries placed the nation of the Reyes, whose mouths are believed to be in their navels. They were so called on account of the pretended analogy with the fish of this name, the mouth of which seems as if forced downward below the body. An old Indian at Caracana, who boasted of having often eaten human flesh, had seen these acephali with his own eyes. Avich, 2, 317. Mianiko, one of the 3 tribal Kobua heroes, had no head, but eyes in place of nipples. Kg, 2, 162. 333. Particularly interesting among all the extraordinary folk coming under our ken are the Amazons, whose existence is believed in among the Indians even up to the present day. Several legends, of which I have given example, sect. 157, bear reference to them. Like many another, I have striven in vain to discover the exact whereabouts of these valiant females, who, though cast sufficiently in the Spartan mold to amputate the right breast with a view to ensuring greater freedom of movement for the arm in battling upon the field of Mars, were nevertheless women enough to be occasionally caught napping under the canopy of Venus. The Jesuit Father Acuna, 164, gives the accompanying account of them. He appears to have been more fortunate than I. Up the river Cunuris on the north side of the Amazon, to the east of Tupinambu Island, live the Apotos, the Tagaris, Taguas, and lastly the Guacaras, who are the people that have the privilege to converse with these valiant women and enjoy their favors. They dwell upon huge mountains. One that lifts its head a great height above all the rest is Yakamiaba. These women, as has been said, are very courageous and have always maintained themselves alone without the help and assistance of men. And when their neighbors come into their country at a time concerted with them, they receive them with weapons in their hands, which are bows and arrows, and which they exercise as if they were going against their enemies. But knowing well that the others do not come to fight, but are their friends, they lay down their arms, and all run into the canoes or other little vessels of these Indians. And each Amazon takes the hammock, a cotton bed they hang up to sleep in, which she finds next at hand. This she carries home, sect. 275, and hangs up in a place where the owner of it may know it again when he comes, after which she receives him as her guest, and treats him those few days they continue together. These Indians afterward return to their own dwellings, and never fail to make this voyage every year at the appointed time. The girls which they bear are brought up by their mothers. As for the male children, it is not certain what they do with them. Father Acuna saw an Indian who told him that when he was a child he was with his father at such an interview, and assured him that they gave the male children to their fathers the next time they came subsequent to the birth. But the common report is that they kill all their males as soon as they are born. Schomburg gives us the following particulars. 334. According to the statements of Mahanarwa, the last cacique of the Caribs, they, Amazons, live at a place on the river Wara, quite enclosed by mountains, to which there is but a single entrance. He also mentions the tribe which the Amazons annually visit, it is the Teras or Teras in Cayenne. Among the Macusis and Arawaks, we found the accounts of the Amazons to be widely scattered. Each tribe, however, gives a different locality to where these women are to be met with. An Arawak chief told me that his brother, who lived on the upper Mazaruni, had visited them on one occasion, and that he received one of those green stones as a present from the Wirasamoka, as he called these Amazons. SCR 2, 330. There are three opinions worth considering as to the origin of the myth, those of Wallace, Schomburg, and Humboldt. In describing the Indians of the river Yups, Wallace says, "The men, on the other hand, have the hair carefully parted and combed on each side, and tied in a queue behind. In the young men, it hangs in long locks down their necks, and, with the comb, which is invariably carried stuck in the top of the head, gives to them a most feminine appearance. This is increased by the large necklaces and bracelets of beads, and the careful extirpation of every symptom of beard. Taking these circumstances into consideration, I am strongly of opinion that the story of the Amazons has arisen from these feminine-looking warriors encountered by the early voyagers. I am inclined to this opinion, from the effect they first produced on myself, when it was only by close examination I saw that they were men. And, were the front parts of their bodies and their breasts covered with shields, such as they always use, I am convinced any person seeing them for the first time would conclude they were women." ARW, 343. Schomburg bases the fable on the warlike reputation of the women of certain tribes, namely, the Caribs. Columbus in his second voyage gives proofs of the courage of the women folk of Guadalupe, and Peter Martyr d'Anghieri says of the inhabitants of this island that both sexes possess great strength and skill in the use of the bow and other weapons. Columbus had already on his first voyage found fighting women, and in them recognized Amazons. What had been told him in the Old World, he believed to find again in the New, SCR 2, 330. Humboldt recognizes a motive that prompted exaggeration on the part of those writers of the 16th century who have given most reputation to the Amazons of America. In their tendency to find among the newly discovered nations all that the Greeks have related to us of the first age of the world, and of the manners of the barbarous Scythians and Africans, AVH 2, 400. 335, the orangutan of Guyana, as we are told with all due solemnity by Bancroft, Ba, 130, is much larger than either the African or the Oriental, if the accounts of the natives may be relied on. He does not find that any specimens have been seen by the white inhabitants on this coast, who never penetrate far into the woods. These animals, in all the various languages of the natives, are called by names signifying a wild man. They are represented by the Indians as being near 5 feet in height, maintaining an erect position, and having a human form, thinly covered with short black hair. But Bancroft suspects that their height has been augmented by the fears of the Indians, who greatly dread them, and instantly flee as soon as one is discovered, so that none of them has ever been taken alive. Much less any attempts made for taming them. The Indians relate many fabulous stories of these animals, and, like the inhabitants of Africa and the East, assert that they will attack the males and ravish the females of the human species. It is to be noted that this author's description nearly agrees with that of the spirit of the forest, the Tukuyaba of the Arawaks, etc., sect. 95. Humboldt also makes mention, on the Orinoco, of a hairy man of the woods called salvaje, that carries off women, constructs huts, and sometimes eats human flesh. The Tamanaks call him Achi, and the Mapiers Vassatri or Great Devil. The natives and the missionaries have no doubt of the existence of this man-shaped monkey, of which they entertain a singular dread. Father Gili gravely relates the history of a lady in the town of San Carlos, in the Llanos of Venezuela, who much praised the gentle character and attentions of the man of the woods. She is stated to have lived several years with one in great domestic harmony, and only requested some hunters to take her back, because she and her children, a little hairy also, were weary of living far from the church and the sacraments. Avich, 2:270. With regard to the black monkey, the Arawaks have the following proverb: Ka te hure bobaldi, kena te tina kabeldi, bo agilita, lit. When black monkey shot, and blood licks. Lively, active, referring to a man working hard, pulling a paddle, etc., all day, a hint that a little stimulant, paiwari, will revive him. 336. The Maroon Negroes of the Moroni, when they kill a howling monkey, preserve the vocal apparatus, out of which a cup is made. If a child is given its drink out of this cup for some months, it will be cured of stammering. Cr. 159. Humboldt was told by his guides, Indians, that to cure asthma it is sufficient to drink out of the bony drum of the hyoidal bone of this creature. AVH. 2:70. 337. I am afraid that the existence of a Warracaba tiger, like many another quaint conceit, must be consigned to the oblivion of superstition. The belief is of somewhat local origin and of comparatively recent date, no references being met with in all the old literature available. It is very probably akin to the many other mythical tigers with which the Indian folklore is so replete, for example, the Kanaima sect. 320, of the natives generally, the Tobhoroana sects. 144, 146, 148, of the Waraus particularly, for which it fulfills a somewhat similar purpose. On the other hand, it is possible that the myth has its origin in certain indigenous wild dogs which hunt in packs. On the Cataro River, some Guiana Indians stated that the journey to the Atarepu Rock and back would have to be accomplished in one day, as it would be impossible to spend a night near the rock. On account of a pack of Warracaba tigers that inhabited the district, Bro. 149. The most vivid description of the creature comes from the pen of Barrington Brown, Bro. 72, 73, 74, when on the Mazaruni. I eagerly inquired what were Warracaba tigers, and was hastily informed that they were small and exceedingly ferocious tigers. That they hunted in packs, and were not frightened by campfires or anything except the barking of dogs. To water they have a special aversion, and will never cross a stream which is too wide for them to jump. As we stopped, a shrill scream rent the night air. This was answered by another cry coming from the depths of the forest, the interval between them being filled by low growls and trumpeting sounds which smote most disagreeably on the ear. The call of these animals resembles that of the Warracaba or trumpet bird, Sophia crepitans, and hence they have obtained the name of Warracaba tigers. The Akawoys Indians call them Yagamisheri, and say that they vary in size as well as in color. As many as 100 are said to have been seen in one pack. They are said to frequent the mountains, but when pressed by hunger, they descend to the lowlands. Schomburg states that this tiger is so named after the peculiar coloring of the breast, which is exactly like the feathers of the trumpeter bird, SCR, 285. 338. Speaking of tigers, generally, it is almost traditional among the Indians that each of the various kinds of tigers and tiger cats hunts one kind of animal in particular, the call of which it can imitate. The Arawaks have a saying, Hamaro Kamunka Turawadi, lit. Everything has tiger, as a reminder of the fact that we should be circumspect, and on our guard, there always being some enemy about. It is a general belief among the Indians and the white inhabitants of Brazil that the Anca, jaguar, has the power of fascination. ARW, 317. 339. The tapir has between its eyebrows a bone so strong as to enable it to break down the undergrowth in the forests. With this means of defense it can protect itself from a tiger by crushing the latter against the rugged timber, and so tearing it to pieces. G.I. 265. The same animal, the Rio Negro Indians say, has a peculiar fancy for dropping his dung only in the water, sect. 162b, and they never find it except in brooks and springs, though it is so large and abundant that it could not be overlooked in the forest. If there is no water to be found, the animal makes a rough basket of leaves and carries it to the nearest stream and there deposits it, ARW, 154. On the upper Essequibo the men removed the hoofs from a tapir for the purpose of using them, when occasion required, as charms for bites of snakes, stings of ray fish, and fits of all kinds. They said that the hoofs are first singed and then placed in water, which is drunk, bro, 240. The same belief was current on the Orinoco. Tapir hoofs crushed to powder, and one hung on the neck of a patient, constitute an excellent and well-known cure for epilepsy, G.I. 265. The remedy is still employed, to my own knowledge, by Creole residents in Georgetown. 340. The smaller armadillo, Dasypus villosus desum. The Jasi of the Macusis, and other tribes, according to the Indians, is met with only on the savannas and lives chiefly on carrion. Hence, in certain festival songs of the Wapiziana and Macusi this creature plays an important role, in that almost every refrain ends with the words, "And when I am dead, put me in the savannah, the Jasi will come and bury me." According to Vaughan Martius a similar song is common among the Indians of the Rio Negro, SCR, 2, 97-98. The last joint or bone of the armadillo's tail has been found an efficacious remedy for earache, G. 2, 263, but whether by Indians or by Spaniards unfortunately is not stated. The real interest of the connection between the animal and the complaint lies rather in the creature's ears being so distinctive a feature, a fact to which attention has already been drawn in dealing with its Bina, sect. 233. Explanations have been given as to the bushmaster snake, Lachesis mutus, being always found in armadillo holes, sect. 7. 341. Well into the 18th century the musk gland on the dorsum of the bush hog, Dicotyles, was believed to be its navel by Creoles and Europeans, from the Orinoco to Cayenne, though the idea does not seem to have been shared by the Indians. There is one particular animal, seemingly of a skunk-like nature, Conepidus, which thus far has baffled me in the way of identification. Father Gamilla, 2, 272, describes it as follows. A little animal, very scarce, and the most detestable of any that I have hitherto seen. Amongst the whites of America it is called mapurito, and the Indians call it mafudaliki. It is like one of those very elegant little mongrel curs which ladies breed in their mansions. All its little body is spotted white and black, its tail proportionate, uncommon, hermoso, and much covered with long hair, very active and flighty in its manner of walking, and daring beyond measure. It waits for its enemy, tiger, man or animal, face to face, and so soon as it is approached close enough, it turns its back. The atmosphere is rendered so pestiferous that the enemy remains stupefied, and requires a long time before he can get away. 342. The Rio Negro Indians declare that the great anteaters, Myrmecophaga jubata, are all females and believe that the male is the Curupara, or demon of the forest, September. 117. The peculiar organization of the animal has probably led to this error, ARW, 314. 343. With regard to the sloth, there would seem to be but few references to the animal in Guiana folklore. I have already mentioned him in the light of a girl's sweetheart, sect. 134, and the smaller species in connection with a death omen, sect. 222, Arawak se kato awajalai fudi, haue konica, lit. When wind blows, sloth walks, that is, people are going to exert themselves only when they are obliged to. 344, among the island Caribs the tortoise bore a reputation for being smart. One of the most offensive things they could say when chaffing one another was, "You are as wide awake, adroit, as a tortoise," ROP, 453, though the same authors elsewhere refer to its clumsiness, lourdise, and stupidity, ROP, 465. 345. To account for the rough stones invariably found in the belly of the alligator, the Otomac Indians were of opinion that As the creature increases in size, it finds a corresponding difficulty in sinking to the bottom of the river on the sands on which it sleeps, covered with all the weight of the waters. And that, guided by instinct, it proceeds to the banks, where it swallows as many stones as may be necessary to weigh it down. Whence, it may be inferred that the bigger it grows, the more stones are required for its ballast and counterpoise, g. 215. But in those rivers where there are no stones, to effect its purpose of sinking to the bottom, the alligator retains the bones of the animals which it has devoured, g. 218. According to Indian accounts, the seat of life, der Sitz des Lebens, is situated in the animal's tail. That the tail is the most sensitive part is shown by the fact that with every blow thereon the creature rears up, though it will hardly respond to a cudgeling on the head and back, SCR, 177. 346. Indians and colored people consider the gecko, the wood slave of the colonists, Hemidactylus mabuya cov, and Platydactylus theckenix dum, as poisonous as their snakes. They believe that if a gecko fall from the roof or beams on the bare skin of a person, the latter will be seized with convulsions, which will soon be followed by death, SCR, 116. 347. Throughout many races of mankind the snake has played a very important role in connection with sexual matters. Several references on this score are to be met with in the Animism of the Guiana Indian, but a few will suffice for present purposes. The snake appears as the husband or lover, sex 23, 47, 56, 363, is especially fond of the women at their menstrual periods, sex 55, 188, 274, and not infrequently may be found actually inside the female, sex 31, 55, 56. He is also the progenitor of the human race, sex 54, 55, the source of origin of all the Binas, sect. 235, and his skin has given their natural color to all the birds, sect. 162, for reasons already given, sect. 64, he is symbolic of everlasting life. Certain snake dances have been referred to, sect. 47, there is also a connection between snakes and rain, sect. 213. 348. There are one or two curious beliefs concerning the Camuti snake, or bio, of the Orinoco. The Guiana Indians designated it Aviofa, but other tribes, and the Indians of Quito, named it Water Mama, Madre del Agua, because it ordinarily lives in the water. This is how, a couple of centuries ago, the Camuti was believed to capture its prey. As soon as it hears a noise, it raises its head, and a yard or two of its body, and when it sees its prey, be it tiger, calf, deer, or man, it takes aim. And opening its terrible mouth emits so poisonous and foul an exhalation as to fix the victim, stupefy him, and render him unable to move. For this reason, no one dares to travel alone by himself either for fishing or hunting, no matter where the journey may be, at least two have to go in company, so that in case the bio, hidden or discovered, should take aim at one of them, the other, either with his hat, or with a tree branch, will shake and cut the air intervening between his friend and the monster. G. 148. With regard to the foul exhalation just referred to, it is curious to note Schomburgk's remark concerning the Colcanaro, sect. 235, boa constrictor, if anyone approaches the creature when hissing, he is met with a musky kind of stench, SCR, 250. Bancroft tells us that the white inhabitants of the colony spoke of the Camuti by the name of sodomite snake owing to the peculiar manner in which it was believed by the Indians to kill its prey when larger than a duck or goose, namely, by inserting its pointed tail into the creature's rectum, Ba. 205. This extraordinary belief I have found existing among the present-day Pulmoron Arawaks. 349. Mention has been made of the frog being regarded in the light of a divinity by the original Carib tribes in the way of sending rain or fine weather, of its being kept as a domestic animal, and whipped when the wishes of the votaries were not fulfilled, sect. 46. The frog is very generally spoken of as a female, sex 12, 24, she it was who brought fire out of her mouth, sect. 34, food starch and cassava out of her neck and shoulders, sex. 34, 37, taught music, sect. 12, and showed folk how to hunt, sex. 12, 144, 145. As a preparatory charm for hunting, she is accordingly employed, either by being swallowed or by being rubbed into the incisions made on the hunter, sex. 228, 229. She is depicted on the neck ornament of the Mediclne-Man, sect. 292, one particular frog is used by pregnant Arawak women as an omen, sect. 222.161. 350, the bunya, or stinking bird, Austinopsis pp. is believed to produce the aerial roots of the kofa tree, Clusia grandifolia, an epiphyte, which are supposed to be its castings turned into wood, sex. 138, 168. The natural stench of the bird's feathers may have had something to do with the origin of the idea. The same bird is represented as removing the snake from out of the plum tree woman, sect. 31, and also as a transformed Mediclne-Man, sect. 154. The tiki-tiki is a fabulous bird mentioned by Humboldt as the enemy of the human race, which causes the deformities of newly born children, AVH. 2, 249. It is also referred to by Schomburg as Tigtidig, sect. 82. Macaws are believed to advise and assist the water spirits in upsetting the canoes, sect. 179. There is a Pomeroon Arawak belief that the Tiroyana, the corn bird, is too lazy to look after its own, and therefore lays its eggs in the nest of the mockingbird, Cassicus, which does the hatching for it. A similar remark applies, among these same people, to the Werebequa, a very small creature that deposits its eggs in the nest of a hummingbird, which it thereupon drives away. The caution of the goatsucker, Caprimulgus, makes the Wapazianas declare that this bird carries another pair of eyes on its back, SCR. 2, 61. Goatsuckers are always birds of ill omen, sect. 223. The vulture is very reasonably known as the boss, or governor, of the carrion crows, sect. 137, among the Indians hummingbirds are proverbially exceedingly quarrelsome, b. 11. There are several allusions in the literature to the natural association of hummingbirds with tobacco, not only because these little creatures nest in this particular plant, ROP. 114, 178. But also because they possess a peculiarly pleasant smell, Ibid. 177. It is quite common to hear the hummingbird spoken of by Arawaks and Waraus as the doctor's bird, for a similar reason, the tobacco plant having been brought into great prominence by the Mediclne-Men. And having been introduced among these tribes by the little creature just mentioned, sect. 296. 351. The Curbonata, so named by the Spaniards, is a fish found in the Orinoco, but it is not so much as an article of subsistence that it is valued, as on account of 2 stones in its head, exactly in the place which is usually occupied by the brain. These stones, which are regarded as a specific in cases of retention of urine by Indians or Spaniards, sell for their weight in gold, FD, 150. I have known of Arawaks sticking a stingray, Raja, barb into the aching hollow, to relieve toothache. 351a. Spiderwebs must evidently have been formerly of immense size to allow of people climbing down them, sect. 142, and strong enough to support a fallen tree, sect. 300. 20. Animism and Folktales of recent introduction, mixed foreign and indigenous beliefs. The story of Brr Rabbit, 352-362, and other tales, 363-364. 352. There are many stories current of undoubted foreign origin, chiefly African, modified more or less by local conditions. Among these are the celebrated adventures of Brr Rabbit, who, through the Spanish form of the word, conejo, is here known as Caniso, Arawak, or Kanahu, Warau. The Waraus apply the term to any smart man, indeed to any knave or rogue who is always outwitting his neighbors. Both nations claim the hero as their own, the Arawaks even crediting themselves with his long ears, and it was from these two sources that I was able to glean the details given here. The story of Kaniso, Brer Rabbit. 353, there was once a Kaniso. But although he was a rabbit, he had short ears just like any other person. He traveled about all over the country, and he had plenty of children everywhere. Yes. He gave a lot of trouble to the single girls, and upset the harmony of many a married man's home. If the other men aimed at him with a club or with an arrow, it would either glide off or break, and Kaniso would laugh. They found they could not kill him, and he continued doing just what he liked. But at last he himself got tired of everybody, and went away to another country. Now, the country he went to was ruled by a Nafuti 162 who was celebrated as having a very beautiful daughter. Kaniso happened to see this lovely woman one day, and forthwith went and asked the father to give her to him for a wife. But the Nafuti told him he must first of all bring him 2 quakes full of alligator and camuti eyes. So, Kaniso retired to make the quakes, and spent some days in arranging for the manufacture of kasiri. With the kasiri he filled plenty of jugs and brought them down to the waterside, close to the river bank. He next took his bone flute and played pretty music. It was such pretty music that all the alligators and camutis came out of the water to listen to it. He then handed the drinks round in a calabash, made them intoxicated, and while they were all lying dead drunk there, he gouged their eyes out with his finger. Having filled his quakes with their eyes, he hurried back with them to the Nafuti, but the latter said, "I cannot let anyone like you have my daughter. Hang your impudence." And with this, he pulled sharply at Kaniso's ears. 163 But with the pull, Kaniso's ears got stretched and hung down a good way over his neck. When Kaniso found that he had now got long ears, he became very angry, and told the Nafuti he would show him what he could do. Whereupon, he began attempting to take liberties with the pretty daughter, but the more she screamed, the more he laughed, and every stick that the Nafuti beat him with got broken immediately it touched his skin. When the Nafuti saw that he could not hurt Kaniso this way, he told his men to seize him, to tie him up against a tree, and shoot him at close range, but every arrow that was shot either got broken or glanced off. The men thereupon put Kaniso in a coriol and tied him on to the benches, put up in its sail, and let the vessel drift out to sea, but Kaniso soon released himself, sailed back again, and went to the Nafuti and told him that he had brought the boat safe into port. The men thereupon seized Kaniso a third time, they tied him hand and foot, fixed around his neck a long vine rope with a heavy stone attached, took him out to sea, and threw him overboard. But as soon as Kaniso touched ground, he loosed himself, and resting the heavy stone on his shoulder walked along the bottom of the sea until he reached shore, when he reported himself again to the Nafuti, and told him that he had brought back the stone quite safe. To make a long story short, the Nafuti, recognizing his helplessness, gave Kaniso his daughter. 354, Kaniso after a time got homesick, and came back to his own country. He went one day deep into the forest and began to pull the big vine ropes from off the trees. Tiger heard him, and coming up, asked him what all the noise was about. "Nothing," said Kaniso, "except that there will be a big wind blowing the day after tomorrow, and as I don't want to be blown away, I intend tying myself up to a tree with one of these vines." Tiger became much frightened at hearing all this, and begged Kaniso to tie him up before he fixed himself in safety. After Kaniso had accordingly bound him up tight against a tree, he went away and started cutting down some more vine rope, making plenty of noise over it, just to make believe that he was going to treat himself in the same manner. But instead of that, he just quietly walked home again. In the meantime Tiger waited patiently for the 3 days to pass, and no wind came at all, and he began to feel hungry, but tug and pull as hard as he could, he was unable to loose himself. Many animals passed by, and though he begged each and every one to undo the ropes, they were all afraid lest, once freed, Tiger might eat them after so long a fast. At last, on the 4th day, a carrion crow came hopping along, and Tiger promised him that if he untied him he would in future always give him some meat to eat. Thereupon the bird released him, and this is why, whenever Tiger kills game, he always leaves behind something for the carrion crow to peck at. 355. Some time after, Tiger met Kaniso and told him that he was going to kill him for playing such a trick. But Kaniso begged so hard, saying that he was only skin and bones, and that even if he ate him, he would not satisfy his hunger, that Tiger spared his life, but all the same was determined upon catching him again in another manner. Now, Tiger knew the pond where Kaniso used to bathe, so without saying anything to anybody, he climbed up into the branches of an overhanging tree, and patiently waited for his prey to come along, when he would jump upon his back and kill him. But Kaniso had been to a drink party, and, decked with flowers over his head, around his neck, his chest and waist, came sauntering leisurely along. With all these flowers he looked like some other animal, and Tiger did not recognize him. As Kaniso came out of his bath, however, he happened to look up and noticed Tiger crouching along one of the upper branches at the same time that Tiger, seeing his face, recognized him. Tiger then made a spring, but not quite fast enough, because Kaniso was already off. For a long distance they thus ran, one after the other, and just in the nick of time Kaniso escaped into an armadillo hole. This hole was too small for Tiger to chase him, so he made up his mind to close it altogether. Nearby there was a hawk, one of those hawks which cry taue taue in the early morning before the sun shines. Tiger called to the bird and asked her to watch at the armadillo hole while he went home to fetch a digging stick. While Tiger was gone, and the hawk was keeping watch, Kaniso came up to the mouth of the hole and started whispering sweet nothings to her, flattering her with honeyed words, and among other things said, "You are indeed a pretty woman. Do bend your face down a bit. I would so love to see it closer." And when the silly hawk bent her face down, Kaniso immediately threw a handful of sand into her eyes, and so blinded her, which gave him the opportunity of getting away from Tiger. 164. 356. There was once a celebrated Kanahu, walking along the bush, when he met a female tiger. The latter, who was hungry, wanted to go out hunting, but did not like to leave her 3 little cubs at home without anyone in charge of the place. So Kanahu agreed to look after the youngsters while Tiger searched for game. Things went on very well for some time, Tiger returning home each evening with meat which she shared with Kanahu. But on a certain day, one of the cubs bit Kanahu, so he killed it, threw the body away, and said nothing to the mother when she returned. In fact, Kanahu as usual brought from out of the hollow log one cub after another for the mother to suckle, but on this occasion he brought out the same cub twice, and the mother was none the wiser. Next day, another cub bit Kanahu. So he killed it, threw the body away as before, and said nothing, but in the evening brought out the remaining cub 3 times to be fed, and its mother was none the wiser. Next day, however, the surviving whelp bit Kanahu. So he killed it, left its carcass close by the hollow log, and made tracks elsewhere. 165 He knew that Tiger would follow him, so he traveled a long, long way before he rested. He next built a house on very high posts, posts too high for anyone to climb up, and then started making the roof which was just as high up again. Indeed, to get up all that way, he built a long ladder. And he started tying on the thatch. In the meantime, Tiger, on her return home, found her one dead cub but no signs of the other 2. There was also no Kanahu. She therefore was vexed much, and determined to follow and kill him. She traveled night and day, and went on until she came to the house which Kanahu was building, and there she saw him on top thatching the roof. "Hello," she growls, "what are you doing up there?" "I am come to eat you." But Kanahu does not worry himself. He only says, "You had better look out for yourself, because there is a big sea coming. I am building this house to save myself. You had better join me. Come up the ladder." Tiger thereupon clambers up the ladder and gets close to Kanahu, who is tying on the thatch with the iteraite strand. As soon as she got too uncomfortably close to him, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh! What a pity! I have just dropped a piece of the tying strand. Wait up here a minute, while I go down and fetch it." This was a lie, for directly he reached the ground, he removed the ladder, leaving Tiger helpless on the roof. Again Kanahu made tracks and walked about. He walked so far that he got tired. He then sat down and started making a quake, an openwork basket. Now, what did Tiger do? When she found the ladder gone, she scrambled up and under the roof, over and among the beams and rafters, but she could not get down. At last, hunger compelled her to say, "I must live, or I must die." So she made a big jump and reached the ground safely. She was vexed much, and determined upon following and killing Kanahu. She traveled night and day, and went on until she reached the spot where Kanahu was seated, busily occupied in making his quake. "Hello," she growls, "what are you doing?" "I am come to eat you." Kanahu however remained quite cool and quiet. He stuck to his story about the big sea coming, and swore that he was making the quake so that when completed he could get inside and haul himself up to the topmost branch of a big mora tree that was close by. Silly Tiger then believed what he told her, and said she would like to get into the basket also. Kanahu therefore took her measure and increased the size of the basket. When finished, he told her to get inside, but no sooner had she comfortably fixed herself, than he drew the sides of the quake together, and sewed them up. Tiger was now prisoner. Fixing a long vine rope to the basket, Kanahu threw it over the topmost branch of the mora tree, pulled on its free end, left his victim dangling in mid-air, and made tracks. Tiger was now in a bad way, for the more she roared the more did all the other animals get frightened and run away. At last, one of the most inquisitive, a little monkey, wanting to know what all the noise was about, climbed down the vine rope and opened the basket. No sooner had he done so, than out jumped Tiger and both fell to the ground, where the monkey's only reward was to be eaten. Yes, Tiger was vexed much and determined upon following and killing Kanahu. She wandered on, and at last met him upon the banks of a river. Directly he saw her coming he commenced looking down into the water very hard, as if he was examining something very carefully. "Hello," growled Tiger. "What are you looking at?" "I am come to eat you." "Nonsense, woman," says Kanahu. Look down there. Don't you see that beautiful yellow stone, gold? If you could only fetch it you would be a rich woman. You would have a new husband, and get new cubs." 166 Now what he was pointing at in the water was only the reflection of the sun overhead. Tiger, however, being both silly and greedy, dived in, and quickly came up to the surface to breathe. "Oh," he tells her, "you must go down deeper." So she jumps in again, and stays under much longer. When she again appears on the surface, Kanahu reiterates, "You haven't gone deep enough." And so the game goes on, she being fooled every time about not having stayed below long enough. She makes a last effort to dive under a very long time, when Kanahu takes the opportunity of making good his escape. Tiger now sees that she has been tricked. She is vexed much and is more than ever determined to follow and kill Kanahu, who by this time knows what to expect. So he travels far until he comes to a high hill on the top of which he balances a big rock, and at the bottom of which he digs a deep pit. By and by, Tiger comes along, and seeing Kanahu on top of the hill, looks up at him and says, "Hello. What are you doing up there?" "I am come to eat you." But Kanahu puts his arms around the rock, and says it is a large piece of meat, which he will throw down to her if she lies quietly in the pit. And the silly, greedy Tiger believes him again, does just what he tells her, and waits for the meat to come. Soon, bumpty, down the hill comes the big rock, faster and faster it speeds, until falling on Tiger, it kills and buries her. 167. 357, Kanahu was a lazy man, and would not labor for his living. He was hungry. One fine morning he sat at the foot of a high overhanging cliff, waiting for someone to come along. By and by he saw a company of men approaching. They had been out hunting, and were bringing along a quantity of game. Kanahu then picked up a long wooden pole, and placing it against the side of the cliff after the manner of a brace, began pressing it into position just as the huntsmen came up. In reply to their inquiry as to why he was pressing so hard upon the pole, Kanahu said, "Can't you see that the mountain is falling over, and that if I don't brace it up, it will come down and destroy all of us? Look up and see it moving. Come, take my place, and let me have a little rest. I have been shoving at it all the morning." The huntsman accordingly gazed up the wall of the precipice, and seeing the clouds moving over the top of it, indeed thought that the cliff was about to fall. So dropping their quarry on the ground, they all together started pressing on the timber, and continued pressing, and pressed harder, until by the time the sun was about to sink, they were so exhausted that they could press no longer. They satisfied their conscience by saying that whether the cliff overwhelmed them or not, it would not be their fault. They therefore let go the timber and turned around to pick up all their game and provisions. But these had all disappeared. And so had Kanahu. 358. On another occasion Kanahu was again hungry, but the people all about knew what a tricky man he was, and refused to give him anything to eat, unless he paid or worked for it. He had nothing to give, so he had to work. He asked for food at a certain house, and the housemaster told him to pound some rice. He pounded away until late in the afternoon. The master came to see how much rice had been cleaned, but was astonished to find so small an amount resulting from the large quantity that had been handed over in the morning. The master gave Kanahu the same quantity to pound next day, and in the afternoon there was again a marked shortage, so he became very angry and sent Kanahu away. That very night, Kanahu cooked rice for supper. Instead of a solid heavy wood pounder, he had used a hollow bamboo one, and the more he pounded the rice with it, the quicker it became filled. 168. 359. An exploit next takes place wherein our friend Kanahu fools a fellow traveler over some cocorite seeds, Maximiliana regia. He was sitting on a rock one day eating cocorite nuts. Holding them in close proximity to his crutch, he was breaking them on the hard surface with a stone. While eating the kernels, a traveler passed, and the latter was invited to taste them. He ate with great gusto, and asked Kanahu what they were. 169. Bihu, edo testiculos meos. Quer non ides tuas, inquit. Itac hosts, testiculos suas prehens, lapide pulsavit, ac tanto modo se vulneravit ut marieter. 360. One day Kanahu met a man carrying 2 quakes of yams. The yams looked just splendid, and Kanahu, not having any of his own, determined on possessing himself of them. "Those are fine yams," he said, "what are you going to do with them?" On learning that they were being taken up the river for sale at the next settlement, Kanahu said that he knew of another settlement where such beautiful yams would fetch a far higher price, and that if they were handed over to his care Kanahu would negotiate the business to the better advantage just for friendship's sake. Once they were in his possession, however, Kanahu said goodbye to the stranger, and brought them home for his wife to cook. All that he had said about selling them at a big price was a lie. Soon after the very same man whom he had cheated came up to the house and threatened to kill him. But Kanahu managed to talk sweet mouth and soothed his anger by telling him that if he waited a while, he would give him some nice pepper pot. Going into that portion of the logie which was screened off for the women folk, he told his wife to shriek and scream as if he were killing her. She did what she was bid. Kanahu brought out some pepper pot, which he placed before the stranger. The man tasted and was enchanted with it. "That is a fine pepper pot. What did you make it from?" he says. "Just out of my wife's breast," replied Kanahu. "Didn't you hear her yell when I cut it off?" The foolish man went back to his own home, and seizing his wife, gashed her breast to pieces, but the result was that she bled to death, and he recognized only too late that he had again been tricked. 361. The way in which Kanahu managed to get the advantage of everybody soon spread abroad. Among others, it reached the ear of a headman at one of the settlements. This man had a big field and several wives. He was indeed a rich man. He prided himself on being very clever and knowing everything. He knew all about the history of his tribe, and by looking at a certain star he could tell the proper time to visit the coast when the crabs were on the march. In fact, He knew he was shrewder than Kanahu, and publicly said so. Now, Kanahu heard of this, and taking up a position on the path leading to this individual's cassava field, waited for the owner to come along. As soon as he heard footsteps approaching, he loosed his bowels, and tearing a cap from off the shoot of a trulli palm, carefully placed it point upwards on the ground, over the dung. At the same time pressing his palms around the edge just as if there was some live animal underneath. 170 When a few feet distant, the owner saw Kanahu in this extraordinary attitude. He asked him what he was doing. "I have just caught a bird here," says Kanahu, "and am afraid of it getting away. Do you happen to have a quake with you?" Not suspecting any trickery, the man told him that if he liked to go round to his house, he could have the quake which he would find hanging up on one of the posts. So he puts down his bow, arrows, and peg-all, and Kanahu shows him how to hold the trulli cap tightly down and prevent the wonderful bird escaping. Kanahu takes up the bow and arrows, marches off to the logie, and makes himself quite at home with both the eatables and the women. Indeed, he spends a gloriously happy time there. But as for the man watching over the wonderful bird, hour after hour passed and he finally felt so weary that he tipped up one edge of the trulli cap, and saw that he had indeed been outwitted by the very man he had boasted to despise. 362. The time at last arrived when mere mention of Kanahu's name made everyone spit. All had been fooled by him at some time or another, and now left him strictly to himself. His wife went off with another man. Poor Kanahu did not know how to clean the house, which became more and more dilapidated. He knew nothing about cooking, he had no cassava, and when he did manage to go out hunting with bow and arrow, he invariably met with poor success. One day, however, he managed to shoot a fine big deer. He ate all of it except one leg, which he barbecued and slung up to one of the beams of his house. Next day, he again managed to secure some game, and so things went on, his luck, day after day, not only continuing but increasing. More than this, every time he reached home in the afternoon, there he found the fire lighted, the pepper pot already boiled, everything tidied up and cleaned, and yet not a soul was to be seen. He became curious. So instead of going hunting out back one morning, he hid himself behind a big tree whence he could observe everything taking place in the house without himself being seen. He waited and waited. By and by he saw the deer leg, sect. 98, change into a beautiful woman, and he then knew who it was that had been minding him so carefully. He rushed forward and held her fast. He wanted her to be his wife, but she resolutely declined, though she promised to remain and continue as his benefactress. He therefore built another house, adjoining his, just for her especial use. After a time, she changed her mind about becoming his wife. She had only refused his offer before, because she was afraid he might tell his friends and relatives who she was, the offspring of a deer's foot, the shame and disgrace of which she felt she could never face. The bargain was accordingly struck that so long as he held his tongue about her antecedents, she would remain with him as his spouse. If he betrayed her, she would punish him. They were happy together for a long time, and everything prospered. Kanahu's luck in hunting and fishing, as well as his abundance of provisions, became now almost proverbial, but whenever questioned as to how he managed to secure such luck, and what binas, sect. 233, he employed, he always remained silent. The neighbors' envy and curiosity were not to be baffled by his silence. They said, "Let us ask Kanahu to a paiwari, and make him drunk. Then he will tell us." So they held a big feast, and they had many jars of drink, and Kanahu, getting beastly intoxicated, told the whole story. When he woke next morning out of his debauchery, he turned his steps homeward. His astonishment was indeed great to find his old house, without any additions, just as dirty and untidy as in his grass-widower days, and, yes, there was the deer leg still hanging on the cord. In his anger he determined on eating the venison, but when he struck his knife in, all the blood gushed forth. This sobered him, and he left the house to become a wanderer. He may be here today, and gone tomorrow. Yes, indeed, there are so many konahas, i.e. rogues and vagabonds, wandering about the world now, that it is very difficult to recognize which one is our old friend. 363. The Woman and the Serpent Orally. Long ago there was a girl who had many offers of marriage from among her own people, but who always refused them. One day a stranger came, dressed in fine style. Directly she saw him she exclaimed, "That is the man for me. I want him for my husband." He married her, built a house in one day, and prepared all the furniture, as the stools, piwari trough, the mortar, all at the same time. By this token, everything being made so quickly, the girl knew that something was wrong, but she could not say definitely what. As a matter of fact it was really the terrible snake orally, sect. 235, who had come disguised as a man, decorated with boar's teeth and beautiful feathers. And when at the wedding feast the bridegroom did not want to eat with the others, and could be prevailed on to do so only on the condition that he should be provided with an uncooked duck, which he swallowed all by himself. The girl was still more certain that his actions were a token of some impending evil. After the feast was over she accompanied her husband to their new home, where she remained in his hammock for 3 days, but he did not even once play the part of a husband. He was really starving himself preparatory to making a meal of her. At the end of this time he told her to turn round, so that her head rested at his feet. When she had obeyed him, he started swallowing her foot first. "Mother! Mother," she cried, "something is swallowing me." "No! No!" screamed the man, "I am only acting as a good husband." Her mother rushed into the house, but found only a great fat serpent in the hammock. Her daughter was nowhere to be seen, and the mother knew what had happened. She then ran to the priest who had married them, and begged him to kill the snake, but the good father said, "No. I cannot do so, because he is a Catholic." So the girl was punished for having preferred the stranger to an Indian. 364. The Piai and the Earthquake People, c. A party of Caribs were out shooting birds in the forest when an earthquake, Tuchulu, took place. This made a great noise and the ground opened. Many people were inside the earth, and one of the Caribs, Iobani by name, jumped in to join them. His mother, not being able to find him anywhere, commenced weeping. The headman of the Earthquake People heard her crying, and told Iobani how she was mourning his absence. "You must stay a little longer with us," he added, "but by and by we will carry you back to her, after we have taught you all about Pi." They taught him the practice of the profession, and all the time Iobani was down beneath the ground with the Earthquake People, the girls made him amatory overtures, but he wanted none, he was so anxious to get back to his poor old mother. Many years passed. There was another earthquake, the earth opened, and Iobani approached his mother. "Don't cry, mother," were his first words to her. He slept that night under her roof, but complained next morning of the great number of dog fleas about. On proposing to wet the ground, his mother said, "All right," and every minute expected to see him go to the boat landing to fetch the water. Instead of this he knocked at all the house posts, and water flowed from the base of each until it covered all the ground and rose above their ankles. His mother was indeed frightened now and thought he was going to sink the earth altogether. After doing this and several other wonderful things, his fame as a Pi spread far and wide. At last the missionary came to visit him. "Iobani," said the visitor, "you are a Pi and must stop doing these things. The government pays me to be Pi, so you must not interfere with my work." "But I cannot stop," replied Iobani. "Bad Indians taught me, I might perhaps be able to oblige you, but as the Earthquake People trained me, I dare not now give up my work." About a month later the missionary was taken ill. He tried many medicines without success. Hence he was obliged to send for Iobani. Although the missionary sent for him with a letter and a big tent boat, for some time he would not go. Finally, after being sent for 5 times he went. When he reached the missionary's house after making his patient take off all his clothes, he anointed him from head to foot, whereupon a large number of quartz crystals came out from all over his body and fell to the floor. The missionary was so much pleased because of the cure effected that he paid Iobani $100. But the latter took good care never to tell him that he himself had caused the crystals to enter his body long before he had been sent for to give treatment. 21. Miscellaneous Folk-Lore, independent of animism. Various Tales and Legends, 365 to 370. 365, How the Lazy Man Was Cured, W. This is another crab story, sect. 278, but the hero of it was distinguished by his laziness, and not by his ignorance. A large party of people went out in a big boat to catch crabs. Every one of them had 20 quakes aboard, and as they rested at each stopping place, they still continued plating them. You see, they had nothing to distract their attention, having left their wives at home to make the paiwari ready for their return. At one of the inlets where they put in for a rest on the way down, they saw growing close to the banks a small cocorite palm, with a large bunch of ripe fruit. Having cut off the bunch, they put it into the boat, shoved off, and then started eating. The hero of this story asked them to save all the seeds, after they had removed the fruity parts, and let him have them. This they did, and on the night before their arrival at the place agreed upon for catching crabs, he filled all his quakes with them. Next morning the others landed to hunt, but this fellow refused to join them, and remained in the boat, not even putting his feet into the water. He knew well enough how to hunt the crabs, but was too lazy, and counted on receiving contributions from all his companions. These, on the contrary, were equally determined that he should not have any. They filled all their own quakes, returned to the boat, and finally reached home. It was night when they got there, and they turned into their hammocks. Next morning, they called their wives to fetch the crabs from the place where they had left them at the waterside. The wife of the individual who had brought back the cocorite seeds, asked him where his crabs were. He told her that she would find them at the bottom of the heap and that she would have to wait until all the other women had cleared away theirs. She did as she was instructed and, carrying the quakes to her mother, let her know that these were the kind of crabs that her husband had brought home with him. The old woman thought much, but merely said, "Put them into a big pot and boil them on the fire, till the shells crack." In the meantime, each of the other women gave the naturally appointed wife one quakeful of crabs each, but conditionally, on her promising that she would give none to her husband. And thus, with one exception, they all started on a hearty meal of crabs and paiwari. The old mother took a calabash full of the cooked cocorite seeds, and placing it before her good-for-nothing son-in-law, bade him eat. This was obliged to do, even if only out of mere shame, because he was so hungry, and knew that no one would give him of their crabs. At any rate, the lesson cured him of his laziness, and on the next occasion that he went out hunting, he brought home to his poor wife crabs and not cocorite seeds. 366. Always be content, W. An expedition was arranged by a housemaster for his relatives and friends, who were to come and join him on the coast and hunt seabirds. Before starting, they all made quakes for collecting the birds' eggs, it being then the proper season, and eggs always good to eat. 171 After they had gathered sufficient eggs to fill their baskets, they proceeded with their bows and arrows to shoot birds, and were very successful. The old housemaster's son-in-law, however, went off by himself in quite another direction, where there was plenty of dry timber and shot only woodpeckers, of which he brought back plenty. When they got home again, the wives made kasiri for them. The old man and his friends gave to the son-in-law of their big stock of various seabirds, and the latter gave them woodpeckers in exchange. In the course of conversation, they asked why he had shot only land birds when he was supposed to have come out to shoot seabirds. He replied that he did not mind whether they had come from land or sea, so long as they were birds, and that he was quite content to eat one or the other. 367. The old woman who died of shame, W. A very old woman once took her little grandson with her into the bush to gather honey. She looked up at a tree, and, seeing some bees coming in and out of a hole, told the boy she was going to climb it. Now, as these were biting, stinging, bees, she told him also that she intended blowing into the hole so as to keep the insects quiet. When, however, she reached a convenient height and commenced blowing, she soon recognized that she was dealing with wasps, not bees. She got terribly stung, and in beating a hasty retreat, her foot slipped, her kuyu, apron belt, caught on a small projecting branch, and she fell naked to the ground. Of course, she did not dare go home in that state, and so her grandson shot an arrow into the apron, hanging a long way up on the tree, and brought it down for her. They went back home, and the old woman told the child on no account to tell his parents what had happened, because she was so afraid of being laughed at. Thus it was that she always kept the little boy near her, lest he should talk about the incident. One day, however, the youngster slipped away to his father and mother, and told them of the old grandmother's adventure with the wasps, and how she had come down the tree without her clothes. They roared with laughter as the little boy mimicked the old woman's actions. The poor old soul heard them both laughing, and began to cry for very shame, and she cried so long that she died. 368. The man who interfered with his brother's wife, A. There were once two brothers. The elder went one morning to the field to clean up, leaving his wife at home to grate cassava. The younger, who lived at a distance, had a habit of visiting his brother's house always at a time when he knew full well that he would not be at home. So it happened on this very occasion. He asked his sister-in-law where her husband was, and she told him quite truly that he had just gone to the field. "And when is he coming back?" To which she replied, "In the evening." He thereupon asked her whether she would like him to take liberties with her, an offer which she indignantly refused. So he tried to obtain his desires by force, she repelled him, they wrestled with one another, she ran away into the bush, he following her closely. She only got back home again late in the afternoon just before her husband arrived. When he saw the grated cassava lying in the trough he asked her what she had been about, surely she had not taken all day to grate that little bit of cassava. She was forced then to tell him, how his brother had come to visit her during his absence, how he had chased her into the bush, and what had happened there. The husband said, "All right. I will wait for him tomorrow, when he will be sure to visit you again." The next day, sure enough, the brother came once more. "Where is your husband?" he inquired. "Yonder in the Maracabacruru," she told him. 172 The husband purposely made a noise with his masi, club, to attract the attention of the visitor. The latter heard it, and thinking that drink must be the cause of the row, went over to see if that really were the case. But as soon as he got inside, the aggrieved man gave him a good beating, told him what he had heard from his wife's own lips, chased him into the bush, still beating him, and ran on until he could run no farther. When the husband finally got home again, he told his wife to sling up their hammock close to the roof, on the runner, to which the thatch was tied, because his brother would certainly return that night to kill the pair of them. There, close to the roof, they went to sleep, and in the middle of the night the brother came. They heard him say, "I will show you what I will do for your trying to kill me." They saw him take a stick and strike in all directions. They saw the cudgel knock against the beam and break, part rebounding on the would-be murderer's head. Half dazed with the blow, the latter thought it was the injured husband who had struck him, because they heard him scream out, "Oh! Instead of me killing you as I had intended, you have killed me." The husband now descended from his hammock and chased the worthless fellow out into the bush, saying, "I will indeed kill you if you dare come here again." But the scoundrel never returned to molest his sister-in-law. 369. The old blind man who wanted a woman, W. There was once an old blind man and the young fellows were always making fun of him. One day they asked him if he would like to have a woman. He said, yes, and told them to find him a fine young one. It was therefore arranged for that very evening, that they would tie a rope to his hammock and attach its other end to the hammock of a young girl, so that, as soon as everyone was asleep, he would have merely to feel his way stealthily along the rope. Now, instead of attaching the rope's end as originally promised, the young rascals tied it to a tree overhanging the river bank, with the result that on obeying the instructions given, the poor old blind man floundered into the chilly waters of the stream, and just managed to save himself from drowning by holding onto a hoarani tree. 173 When the young men saw that their joke had gone too far, they became frightened, and, getting into a coriol, went to bring him back. "Grandfather! We have come to fetch you." But the old man was much vexed and they were obliged to return without him. One of the youngsters, dressing himself up as a girl, with an apron belt, and putting the basket strap over his forehead, just as the women carry it, now went to get the old man home. "No," he said, "I am not coming home any more." But when he heard the young man say, "I am a girl," he felt her cotton anklets, her bangles, and her basket, and was accordingly satisfied. He then jumped into the coriol and saved himself. 370. How we beat the Caribs, A. I give the following almost word-for-word translation of the account told me by an old Pomeroon Arawak. It is well worth comparing with Brett's version. An Arawak and a Carib were very friendly. This must needs be so, because each had taken the other's sister to wife. They regularly used to go hunting together. After living in harmony for a long time, they went out hunting, but on this occasion they did not go in company, and they both stayed away longer than usual, and their friends weef beginning to wonder what had happened to them. The Arawak, having finally returned, went to see after his brother-in-law, followed his tracks into the bush, and came on the Babercoat upon which he found the dried body of his sister whom her husband had evidently killed. He went home, but did not speak for some time. He then told his wife, the Carib's sister, to come into the bush and hunt with him. When he got her away, he killed and Babercoated her. The Carib next came along to see what had happened, and he soon saw. He also went home again, but did not speak for some time. Finally, he expressed a wish to fight and kill the Arawak, but the Nafuti said, "No. All the Caribs together must fight the Arawaks together." So both sides cut a big field and planted plenty of the particular canes required for making arrows, and when these canes were full grown, they cut them down and completed their weapons, and both sides erected a strong house, weba, to store them in. Up at Jack Low, on the left bank of the Pomeroon, is still to be recognized the site of the old settlement and fortress, the place itself even to this day being known as Webadiki. Furthermore, it was arranged by both parties that as they intended fighting their battle at sea, and not on land, they would allow themselves time to build a large number of canoes. This being done, they filled their boats with arrows. 20 canoes were paddled by Arawaks, and 40 by Caribs. They all went down the river, out to sea, at the Pomeroon mouth, each taking up such position as would permit of the intervening distance being just sufficient to allow of the arrows thrown from one side reaching the other. The Arawaks, however, were shrewd. They made themselves corkwood shields, non-abokwana, .174. The Caribs let fly their arrows first, but these stuck in the shields, when the Arawaks broke them off with their mossy, the now almost obsolete club. None of the Arawaks were slain, and it was now their turn to shoot. This they did, with the result that they killed all their enemy, except 2, whom they purposely spared in order that they might go home and tell their friends what had happened, and what to expect should they ever dare to fight the Arawaks again. The 2 who had been spared went away to the Cuyuni, to the Barima, and to the Waini, and remained 3 months gathering together all their people, who clamored that they would never rest until they had destroyed all the Arawaks. The Arawaks were waiting for them at Webadiki, their stronghold, and stretched a vine rope across the river, and as the hosts of Caribs approached up the stream, the steering paddles of their canoes became entangled in this rope, and broke away. And while the occupants were looking after them, their canoes all tossed one against the other in dire confusion, and the Arawaks shot showers of arrows into the wavering multitude. Half the Caribs were destroyed, the other half effected a landing. But around their fortress, the Arawaks had already built a palisade, with just a few chinks in it to permit of arrows flying through. They were all well under cover, and though losing a few of their own people, massacred as before all their enemy, leaving but 2 to give the news to their friends. These 2 went to the east, to Suriname, and started collecting the remnants of their own tribe from those parts. About 3 months passed. The Arawaks could wait no longer, so they traveled over to Suriname, and came upon the Carib forces, collected in a fortress with enclosing palisade, similar to what they themselves had constructed for their own preservation at Webadiki. The Caribs were in overwhelming numbers. So the Arawaks hid themselves, and sent in one of their number to reconnoiter. This man, who could talk Carib, painted himself like one of that nation, and boldly entered the enemy's camp, where he found them all drinking. He said he was a Carib, and that he had just come from the Pulmoron looking for his family. He accepted a little drink and then took his departure, but not before discovering that very early on the following morning, long before daybreak, a crab whistle, i.e., made from a crab claw, would be blown as a signal for them to prepare for battle. The scout returned to his people, with all the information that he had gleaned. That night, every one of the Arawaks made a crab whistle, and surrounding the Caribs while they were still drinking, blew their whistles, surprising the enemy, and slew them all, save one man and woman, who begged so earnestly for their lives that only their legs were speared. It is from this couple that all the present-day Caribs are derived, and this is why there are comparatively so few of them. It was we Arawaks who broke their power. Glossary. Akuri or agudi, aduri. Species of Dasyprocta, small game animals of great food value. Baboon. The almost invariable Creole term applied to the howling monkey, Mycete seniculus. Babercoat, a corrupted form of barbecue. A small three-legged or four-legged wooden staging upon which meat is laid to be smoke-dried. Banab or binab. A temporary shed built of sticks and leaves for shelter from sun, rain, or dew. Barbecue. To smoke dry. Beltiri. A fermented drink, made from cassava, essentially for home consumption. Buck, feminine, buckeen. A term originally applied by the Dutch to any Aboriginal Indian. Bullet tree. The Mimiosops globosa, a timber tree with excellent fruit and valuable milk. Bunya. The stinking bird, Ostenops spp. Bush cow. Another name for the tapir. Bushichoji. Dicotyles sp. Bushmaster snake. Lachesis mutus. Bushrat. The name applied in the Pulmoron district to the opossum. There are, however, several bushrats proper, Muridi. Kamudi, kamudi. The land, boa constrictor, or water, Unex murinus, boas. Cassava bread. The Indians, staff of life, made from the manihot. Kasiri, kaksari. A fermented drink, similar to beer, made from cassava, drunk in large quantities to intoxicate. Chigo. A species of flea which, penetrating the flesh, may cause great irritation. Coriole. A dugout canoe. Creole. A British Guiana term applied to any person born in the colony, of parents other than Aboriginal Indians. Curari, known also as Urali, Wurali. The well-known deadly poison of which the chief ingredient is derived from Strychnis toxifera. Gillbacker. A food fish, Cyadeichthes parkeri. Hyamura. A food fish, Hoplias macrophthalmus. Hiowa, Hiowa. The incense tree, from which a very fragrant resin is derived. Harry Harry. C. Wrri. Hobu. The hog plum, Spondias lutea. Howling monkey. C. baboon. Huri. A food fish, Hoplias malabaricus. Igaripe. A water channel. Itabo. A water channel. It, written also Ita and Eta. The Mauritia palm, of immense economic value to the Indians. Itaritai. A plant, Ischnisiphan, with a reed-like stem, which is split down to form strands for plaiting. Jigger. C. chigo. Keskadi. The onomatopoeic term for a certain bird, a species of Lanius. Cocorite. The Maximiliana regia palm. Kurawa, written also Croa. A species of agave from the fibers of which very strong cords are made. Kushi. A leaf-cutting ant. Very destructive on the plantations. Labaria. An exceedingly poisonous snake, Lachesis lanceolatus. Laba. One of the most savory of the rodents, Coelogenes paca. Lukanani. A food fish, Cichla ocellaris. The Pomeroon Indians sometimes speak of it as sunfish, owing to its brilliant coloration. Mam. Sea scrub turkey. Maipuri. The Indian name for the tapir. Maloka, Malacca. A large house in which several families live a more or less communal life. Manicole. The Euterpe edulis palm. Marabunta. The Creole term for several species of wasp. Maraca. The calabash gourd rattle. Maruti. A black fowl, Penelope sp. With a scarlet neck. Matapi. The plated snake-like press for squeezing the poisonous juice out of the cassava. Mora. One of the giants of the forest trees, the wood of which is very hard. Moracot. A food fish, something like the pacu, Miletes. Nancy story. One of the many African stories having the mythical spider, or Anansi, as hero, hence applied by the Creoles to any legend, myth, or fairy tale. Negracop. Crane, or stork, Mycteria americana. Opossum. C. Busharati, Yawari. Buiko. A fermented drink, or paste, made from cassava and potatoes. Paiwari. A blackish fermented drink made from cassava used on occasions of feasting and sport. Paripi or peach palm. Gilielma sp. Peccary. The Karuni or abuya, two of the bush hogs. Pigal. A basket having a plated body and cover, much like a European woman's traveling dress basket. Pepper pot. A meat stew containing capsicums and cassaripe, kept good by daily sterilizing, boiling. Pimpler palm. From pimple, meaning a thorn, species of Bactris. Pyri. A very voracious carnivorous fish, Pygocentris sp. With exceedingly strong and sharp incisors. Pois. An excellent bird, Crax sp. For the table. Purple heart. A strong timber, Copaifer sp. Used in making dugout canoes, house posts, etc. Quake. A term applied indiscriminately to all open-work Indian baskets. Quata. A monkey, Ateles peniscus. Queramen. A food fish, Mugil brasilianus. Salapenta. The Creole term for the larger lizards. Sawyer beetle. A beetle, Macrodontia dejani, which wrings branches of trees. Scrub turkey or mam. Tinnimus subcristatus. Esiacau. A Creole term for the monatus. Silk cotton tree. A large deciduous tree, Eriodendron, bombax. Tiger. The Creole term applied to practically all the members of the feline tribe, jaguar, puma, wildcat, and others. Trulli or Tiroelii. The Manicaria palm, the leaves of which are used for thatch. Trumpeter. The Warracaba bird, Sophia sp. Urali. C. curari. Vulture. The carrion crow, governor, or boss, Sarcoramphus papa. Water dog. The Creole term for otter. Woodskin. A canoe made of a single sheet of bark. Wurali, Urali. Other forms of the word curari. Yakmen. The jagman's, or huntsman's, ant, which comes at regular intervals and clears out all the other ants. Yari yari. The Indian flute. Yawari. Species of opossum, Didelphes. The end.